I made the feed go live. I just want to let.
So you're on camera now, Alyssa?
No, she's not.
Oh, you're not? Just the feed live. Okay.
Mics are hot, but it's just the feed for right now.
Oh, so this stuff, Kate, is all Mike stuff. I'm just wherever the Q&A.
It says on there who's doing what. So this is intro, first page.
That's Mike.
That's you and Mike talking to each other.
Oh, okay. All right.
And he's going to ask you the questions, a couple questions from the next page that you. And then you'll see where it says host, Mike Powers for Colin. It'll say host, Alyssa and Emily. Host, Mike and Alyssa, Nico's and Alyssa. So it's all in there for you. Alyssa, your mic is on.
You okay?
It just has one question.
Well, it's on.
Okay, I'm gonna play that video, and then we're gonna go live.
I love children's specialized hospital.
Just leave it. Leave it for now.
Home and my second family.
So welcoming and positive, and it creates a really nice atmosphere, so I can do my best.
I love children's specialized hospital because they make me work so hard.
I love CSH because everyone is super nice and welcoming, and my coworkers are the best.
I love CSH because it's a home and my second family.
I love CSH for the love and fun that we give to our kids every day.
I love CSH because everyone is so welcoming and positive, and it creates a really nice atmosphere, so I can do my best.
I love CSH because we have fun proms every year.
I love CSH because I love this building and I would like to come here every single day and
I love CSH because we not only take care of our patients, we also take care of their families.
I love CSH because I enjoy providing a safe and friendly environment for patients, staff, and families.
I love CSH because the facilities are amazing, the therapists are even better, and I can tell that they love my daughter and treat her with so much care.
I love CSH because I get to witness the passion of our clinicians every day, helping kids reach their full potential.
I love CSH because you guys help me walk, and recently I just stood up on my own with no assistance and anything, and I love that you guys help me. It's just helping me a lot, and thank you guys for all the events and stuff, and bye.
I love CSH because of our generous community of supporters, our amazing patients and families, and our dedicated and loving staff who every day commit to our purpose of helping children reach their full potential.
I love CSH because of you, Alyssa. Just so you know that. We're live from New Brunswick Children's Specialized Hospital to celebrate I Love CSH Day. My name is Mike Powers. With me is Alyssa Memoli. I'm proud to say this is our 4th annual Podathon, and it all started because of you. You needed to raise some money for the marathon. We're down to the wire, so me being a knucklehead, I decided to lock myself in my studio basement, and you guys provided me with food, guests to keep me up at night, and going, and the donors started pouring in. So we decided to get the help of iHeart and elevate this through Kate and everybody else into an atmosphere that I can't believe. And I want to thank you, 1, for trusting me with this day, but 2, for joining me here.
Well, thank you, Mike. And I think this started because of you, not me. I think I called you at 4 o'clock, 48 hours before a race, and said, help an old lady reach her goal. And I don't know how this social stuff works. Do you have an idea? And you said, I'm going to put myself in Podathon
jail.
Yes. And so you did stay up, what was it, almost 24 hours?
Yeah, I remember the coolest thing ever was Mark Montanaro text me. He's like, it's 9 a.m., take a 2-hour nap and get out there with Peyton. And I did. So I listened to him, and I didn't give the day away. But yeah, I was up all night. You guys have these amazing stories that we're going to show a ton of them today, and new ones. But they had me crying in the middle of the night all by myself. It was just incredible. And the families that have been impacted by this hospital, the generosity of our donors and sponsors and everything that keeps us going, is the reason why those stories exist. So I was proud to lend a hand. I always say, you don't need to be a millionaire to help and do good. And, I try to prove that every day. But yeah, I definitely have gotten help. You're going to see some stars today. Buster, we got the Clean Bro. Jamie joins him in studio at the iHeart Studios a little bit later. They also donated hundreds and hundreds of meals. I said the hardest worker today is not going to be me and Alyssa. It's going to be the microwave. So there's a lot going on today, and I can't wait to share it with you. Obviously the goal is to raise $50,000. I'm proud to say we're moving in that direction already. Thank you to everybody who's supporting behind the scenes. Elvis Duran mentioned it on his show today. Buster's shouting it out. We have the entire iHeart social team trying to help us get to our goal. We are live on multiple platforms right now, which is incredible. So I want to thank the team behind the scenes getting me logged into all that. And Afina, everybody's helped just make videos and stuff like that. So our goal is to touch in 24 hours 50 kids. That's $1 a kid. Right now, Alyssa, how many kids are we currently treating?
Currently, we're serving over 45,000 children a year.
Yeah.
And so thanks to your efforts and donors over the past decade, that number has doubled. But there's still a lot of children, over 250,000 in the state of New Jersey, that are in need of our services. So everything helps. But before we jump in, I really do want to give a shout out to iHeart and you, because I think the ripple effects of when a community comes together and supports a wonderful cause like this, we can't put a price tag to.
Right.
So thank you to Elvis for giving us a shout out, and Buster's gotten more actively involved, but it did start with you saying yes to a phone call at 4 o'clock on a Friday, and your relationship with Kate and Afia. So I don't want to get that lost. When a community like you comes together, the impact over the past 4 years from your support has had ripples.
I appreciate that. But yeah, it's contagious. I look around the room whenever I'm invited or have the opportunity to join the team, our 50th anniversary of the foundation, 40th anniversary. Yeah, sorry, I'm 40. I should have known that. But our 40th anniversary celebration, you look around the room and it's contagious, from the Jamie, Kayla, Todd Frazier, who we're going to talk to in a little bit, everybody who gets involved, and they stand because of you. We tend to stay, and I really like that. It's not like a one and done, or oh, we did that, like let's move on to a different cause and stuff. And I really, honestly, the coolest thing I've seen is, I've had nieces and nephews on waiting list before trying to get access to the hospital. I'm proud to say that they're now being treated. One in Tom's River, she watches the Todd Frazier highlights every time she's there, and she bangs on the glass. I was like, I'm gonna have to pay to watch that thing. But and it does. I see when we know there's a child out there in New Jersey. I see Matt McDonald's face when he knows there's kids out there that we're still not able to treat. And days like today get us closer to that goal of being able to treat anybody and any kid that needs our assistance. And it won't be because of lack of personnel or lack of availability or space.
So I think you touched on a couple of things when I look at what you're creating here, and you speak to that this is not a one and done. I think really I look at our kiddos and the families, and they're the glue.
Yeah.
So the clinicians, the amazing therapists, the employees that work here at Children's Specialized that take care of them and help them get to their full potential is a piece. And I think we're grateful as the foundation that we get to be involved with them on the other side of it, and have them work with us in the community to spread the word about children's. But I think it starts with them being the glue, and that has a ripple effect of donors like yourself and our board of trustees of staying involved, because we'll meet Nico's a little bit later this afternoon, but I met him when he was just a little guy and barely speaking, and now he's standing on his own, right?
He's standing on his own, right? So the first time we all met was Todd Frazier's Pong event, right? To raise money for a spider cage near Nico's home.
Yep.
So that's incredible. Like and now he could stand on his own. Like, and he was told he would never walk, right?
Correct.
Like that's unbelievable. The other cool thing is, like you said, he's outspoken now. Like you guys are training future leaders of tomorrow, whether it's Gabby, Carly, like you go down the list. Leah was incredible. She had a tickle in her throat on the air. And so it was, but she powered through it. She powered through it like a radio professional. And it's really cool to see Colby. Like she's asking, hey, why is that man not talking during her interview? And I was cracking up. I was like, I'm just producing right now. I promise I'll talk later. And just sweet families and awesome people. And, Mark says this a lot, but we really do treat the entire family. And, I witnessed that first and foremost with Gabby's family, just watching her dad, power through a lot using the power of his, he's a funny man. So comedy was like his therapy. Right. But, Bill broke down at the Podathon, at iHeart, because he realized what his family's been through. And this was a year-long celebration of Gabby being the Children's Miracle Network champion, and it was almost over. And I was kind of like, yo, dude, we're always going to be friends. We're always here for you. So when you see them back and now helping and encouraging other families and sharing their story, it's pretty incredible stuff. But we're here to do some incredible stuff, and that's raise money for the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation so that we could keep this thing going. Alyssa, you are a busy person, and there's no question in my mind that, these are almost the days that are the ones that I don't want to call them like the days that people are like, oh, wow, she must have a really cool job. But I talk to you a lot, and I know it's meeting after meeting. It's, I had a personal thing you were helping me with my family. And it's just, you totally care about your whole team. And like I said, it's so contagious. Why do you think that happens? What is that, like, the reason why everybody sticks around, whether it be Todd, Jamie, Kayla? Like, it's always the same people stepping up, and then more people get gravitated and attached to us.
I mean, I think a couple of things. I think it's always the kids and the families first and foremost. I mean, you mentioned Bill and Gabby, and we look at the power of that program through CMN with the Children's Miracle Network and the National Child each year. But I think it's been deliberate with our team, and I know Afia has really taken hold of that ambassador program to make sure that when they come off that program, it's not like you spent a year traveling around talking about the hospital and what's next, right? We were sensitive. She's 16. You spend a lot of time with us. You do these cool events.
Right.
And then every year we have another ambassador. I think it's amazing that AFIA has created this platform. And so they are with us, and you'll see that today, and they continue to do so. I think it helps also shape them as young adults. If you look at Gabby now, she's done so many speaking engagements.
To executives.
To
like these are
executives,
like
500 people in the
millionaires,
room.
billionaires, like top donors. Like it's incredible. It's just nuts.
And I think to answer your question about the staff, I mean, we're all here because we really believe in the work that happens at Children's Specialized Hospital. And that comes really from the top level. When you look at Dr. McDonald and his team, and I know you're interviewing them today, they work tirelessly around excellence here, as well as nurses, therapists, doesn't matter what your role is, to environmental, IT. And I think there's just a culture here that everybody, it's the kids first and helping them live to their full potential. So it's easy to get around. I think we all work hard and are passionate about what we do. And I think watching these kiddos grow, which we get to see on our side, is just amazing.
It's incredible stuff. One of the clients that are participating today and made a pledge of over $2,000, Wild Fork. I had them at the iHeart studios and I played them some of our kids' stories. And my boss walked in and there's 4 grown men just in buckets crying. One's about to be a dad. His name's Scott. So I knew, it just, every time you see these incredible stories of the achievements, and you almost forget, like I can't tell you how many times I've been with Carly or Gabby, or you almost forget that they had a critical injury that hurt. You almost forget. So then you're like, oh yeah, help me move this. And you're like, wait, actually don't. Like, let me take it, especially Carly. But it's,
Gabby came in here saying, I just want to be able to smile.
Yes. Yeah.
To now she's a varsity athlete.
It's insane.
Getting ready to get her driver's license and
it's
prepare
wild.
for college. It is wild. It's awesome.
So we're going to $50,000 for CSH, Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. This is I Love CSH Day. That's the hardest thing for me to say. It's a tongue twister, but it's definitely worth it. We need your help, not only in a way that to help our kids and have access, but the hospital's growing, whether it be nationally, more locations in the South Jersey area. I don't know. Everybody says South Jersey somewhere different. Like people say they live in Central.
Some exciting news. So to your point, they're into their next strategic plan, which is exciting, which plans for additional sites in mid to end of 2027. I just recently walked through their Marstown site that will be launching.
That's awesome.
They just secured a space in South Jersey. So I think it's amazing. The plan is to expand. And I think you mentioned that national reach that comes into play with their ABA services, which is a joint venture that is in several states, including New Jersey. It's really exciting to see.
Yeah, I got excited when the news of all that going on and the expansion, and then the idea that we're not gonna not expand. Like obviously it's hard right now. Like the economy's bad. There's situations that are occurring all over the world that would be like, oh, it would make sense to not expand. But the hospital sees kids that need help, and they're putting their money where their mouth is, and that's the one thing that's so important about donating to the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. Every dollar goes back into the hospital. There's nothing else coming out. It's going back into the hospital. Your dollar that you donate, whether you're Dunkin' Donuts, who's here with us providing some awesome swag, or just somebody who's like, hey, I want to give back. $5 means a lot. It gets us to that $50,000. A dollar means a lot. Like, and that dollar is going to go where we need it to go. So we have an incredible day lined up. There's a lot of people joining us. As mentioned, Nikos will be the star of the show like he always is. I can't wait to have him on the mic. Again, another kid that has so much more. He's so vibrant, and he's not afraid. He told Buster like the Eagles stink, and they do. And I'll say that on Philadelphia radio right now. But it's hilarious. Like, we also have Panda Express giving giveaways today as well. So those are two major sponsors Clean Bro is a local company that's thriving, but also gives more than they make. I'm convinced of that. I don't, every time I turn around, Jamie's opening up his wallet to give back to us and to our kids. So it's just incredible work there. And we're going to share some other donors going on and stuff like that. So some exciting news coming up. We're going to play a video real quick. Just to give you an idea of these stories that we talked about. And we'll be right back after this.
Want to walk over to your bed and sit on your bed.
And once those steps happened, it was amazing. We were off to the races.
When I took my first steps, it felt like I had more freedom.
Leah's our oldest child. We have 4. She's always been the first to do things, and she's always done them very well.
She's a bit of the ringleader.
Yes, she is very, very active. She's always loved sports, and she loves to sing, she loves to dance, she loves to play.
Leah was a great softball player.
No,
She
yeah.
really excelled at it.
Please.
She was well on her way to being a great pitcher, great hitter, great athlete. And really just loved playing with her teammates and being with them. That was a big part of her life.
This is only like a 5 minute. I was lost in my notes.
To go do gymnastics. That's what they did. Leah calls up to me and says, "Mom, I hurt my back."
Yeah, I figured we'll do this real quick and then do it.
Move my fingers. I said, "Okay." I think they're asleep. We're just gonna hope that they get better.
You guys need hand signals. I don't have my volume on. Alright, so Todd had told to call in at 12:15.
You guys were when you were speaking.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all right. That's the beauty of live, right?
Yeah.
What were you saying, Kate? Ed McKenna keeps calling. I don't know why.
All right. So when you're live, you might have some technical difficulties. So I think we lost the video for a second. So, but we'll get back to that. That was Leah's story. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. I can't wait to share it with you. I do have my guy Bryce coming to help me. He's our intern for the year. His parents actually created an awesome. I don't even know if I should share it. I'll share it later. We'll see. If maybe his parents, if they donate, I'm sure they will. They always have. We'll mention it. But Alyssa, I have some questions for you. And obviously, I know the answers to these, but I want our fans and our listeners to understand the importance of it. Your foundation, the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation, you are the president, Alyssa Memoli, right? You've been raising funds for over 40 years as a foundation. What has the philanthropy made possible that the hospital couldn't have done on their own?
So I think it helps in a lot of ways. It's helped accelerate growth, expansion of new sites, staffing, and innovation. it's helped us double the numbers of kids served every year in just over a decade, which
Awesome.
really, when you think about that, is not that long of a time. We see how quickly time moves. And all of that results in reaching more kids, providing the best outcomes in the country, and establishing programs that are examples for the hospitals across the country. There's a lot of national benchmarks that they own. I think it's just amazing work that they do here, and we can't do it without philanthropy. It is a critical piece, and it fuels the engine.
So you have an amazing career. And I know you're humble about it. You're going to say, not really, like, and stuff like that. But you have actually raised funds for leading major companies, national nonprofits. When you got to Children's Specialized Hospital, what convinced you to come on board to lead this foundation?
So that's a great question. It was an interesting time. I came from an organization that I was extremely passionate about because of a family issue. I had a sister that passed away of a congenital heart defect. And for me, being a part of that organization wasn't about raising funds. It was about helping other babies like my sister, who at that time had 5% chance to live, and now 95%. So I was very deliberate in what my next steps would be. And so it had to be an organization that aligned with my values. And, during that time, spoke to a lot of people, went down a lot of areas that are of interest, two in particular. And somebody had asked me, I want you to talk to somebody over at Children's Specialized. And interestingly enough, I hadn't come to the inpatient. I went to the outpatient in Union. And that just happened to be a spectacular day. I walked in and I went up to the floor that hosts the gym, and it was full of patients in therapy, parents. And I saw the therapists and the way that they were looking at these children and caring for them and helping them to their best potential. And I turned to the person hosting me that day and I said, this is it. This is my home.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to just walk through the door and see something and say, this is it. But
Right.
It just, the whole experience just spoke to me.
It reminds me of the day Todd called you guys, showed him your plans for the his section of the hospital in Tom's River, and then he donated some memorabilia, and it's really an ode to the man who has raised a ton of money and actually kickstarts a lot of the foundation and has brought in his nucleus into this, whether it's Frankie Edgar, a ton of guys that normally maybe didn't even know the hospital existed. But he called me that night and he was like, I'm hooked, Powers. We got to bring it back. We got to do our event, do our Podathon. I can't. This is a Podathon.
It's a Podathon.
Yeah. So I do podcasts from that one too. But you just feel it. You just feel it. And one of the things you always say, and it always sticks out, and I'll never forget it, is if you don't know what the Children's Specialized Hospital is, thank God, right? And if you do, thank God, because I think it's the most important statement anybody could ever make, because I know in my heart, God forbid, if anything happened to my daughter, you guys would have my back, and it's just incredible to know that, this goes above and beyond what is normal care. We are, like you said, Gabby's goal was just to have her smile. You did more than that. And then he taught her to be an executive. She's going to be a CMO, CFO, CEO, whatever the title she wants, she's going to get, because you guys have set her up. There's such incredible stories, and we're going to have a lot of them today. Nico's, Colby, Leah, John Ryan. Each story is unique, but they have one thing in common. What does it mean to you to know that the foundation helps to make these outcomes possible?
I mean, it means everything when you want to live your life with purpose, and that came from family values. And I'll get emotional talking about it. I mean, I feel privileged that I get to sit in a seat every day where I get to walk into a building like we are here in New Brunswick and see such dedicated staff, leadership to these kids and see how they grow. I mean, you wake up every day with a purpose that's bigger than you. So it's just, truly amazing. And then you meet people like yourself that are doing this and started doing it just out of the goodness of your heart. And, you gave Todd as an example. So Todd, I'm going to give him a little shout out on Pong here. he is actively part of a leadership team that meets regularly to plan that event. He shows up, he speaks. So if he can't do 100% all in, he's not doing it. So he's not just showing up and lending his name. He's an active participant in helping that event be successful.
Weekly meetings. Jackie is gung-ho. They spiderweb people in. We have jewelry people showing up. We have J-Mac making these amazing, unique one-of-one trophies. Like, it's so much fun, but it's also, like I said, it kicks everybody. We met Dave West and Christina West from a Pong event, and
That's a funny story.
Yeah.
I walked in, and so Kate and I don't know if she left the room because I love this story. We decided on our own dime that we were going to go support this event because Todd did so much for Tom's River.
Love it.
And Dr. McDonald also signed up because it was supporting Field of Dreams that year.
Yeah.
And we walk in and we see Dave and Christine. And they were on the other side of the room. 5 minutes later, Dr. McDonald's talking to him. He said, Alyssa, come here. And it ended up spending the whole day with them. And fast forward, Dave's on our board.
Yeah.
They have a golf outing coming up for us.
They do, yeah.
So that was almost 4.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're still here. And that's exactly like the staying power of this family. I don't like using the word family, but of the network and the family that is the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. It's incredible. We got our star coming in, so we're gonna take a quick break. Nico's is in the house. Our buddy's here. We're gonna get him mic'd up. We're gonna move some chairs around, but we'll be right back. Please, QR code right in the right corner. Donate. We will shout you out. We have that coming up next hour. I will start rattling off everybody who's donated thus far, and we'll get going. But we'll be right back.
And they didn't. And then she said, I can't lift my arms. And I was scared, but I wasn't, I just kind of thought this is really, really strange. And she got up off the couch and she collapsed on the floor. And she said, I can't walk.
Leah was a healthy, vibrant little girl, basically up until March 4th. On that date, she began not feeling well, and then this progressed to weakness. She was also developing problems breathing.
So we went from completely fine and normal to within 12 hours being very close to death. Somebody had said to us along the way that if we hadn't been in the ER when she lost the ability to breathe, that probably would have been it.
At first, I thought she had something called Guillain-Barré, which is a nervous system disease, but further imaging revealed a spinal cord stroke.
It was very hard to watch your child lay there and with a breathing tube in her mouth the words, am I going to die? And answer back to her, no, of course not, Leah, when I did not really know 100% in my heart that answer was true. But of course, that's what I'm going to tell her.
When Leah first came in, it was clear that she was profoundly quadriplegic, so we could not move her extremities.
I think the most comforting thing for me when we got to Children's Specialized was I finally felt like the wheels were in motion. And I would check the whiteboard schedule every day there at the hospital, and it would say, OT at 8 a.m. And I'd say, gosh darn it, we're going to be there, and we're going to be there early, because we knew we had a lot of work to do. We knew it was going to be a long road.
The patience that was shown to her by those therapists, her first few OT sessions, I don't even know if she even touched her, the therapist.
When we had our first couple pool sessions, she would say to me, Mom, I had fun. That's all you want, right? For your daughter to have fun. And she hasn't had anything close to fun for a very long time. But just being in the pool with a couple of therapists who are more than kind, that was what she needed. It was just a little bit of fun. I mean, if it wasn't for the pool, I don't know.
It took a long time to get to the point that she could sit up Then it took a really long time to the point she could stand up.
Leah was sitting on my bed, and she looked over at her bed, which is 3-4 feet apart, and she said, I want to walk over to your bed and sit on your bed.
And once those steps happened, it was amazing. We were off to the races.
When I took my first steps, it felt like I had more freedom and that I could do whatever I want. I didn't really need anyone to help me all the time.
They called me immediately, and everyone wanted to cry. Those moments are always special. I will never get tired of them.
Like any parent, you want the absolute best care you can get for your kid, and we're getting it.
As hard as it was to say goodbye to those therapists, and I actually gave none of them a hug because I said, if I hugged you, I wouldn't let go. But thank you, and we'll come back and visit. She's confident, and we are too, that she'll run again. She'll be able to play and do, all of the things she used to do.
Do all the normal things of life, get dressed in the morning, be able to maybe throw a softball one day. We'll see. Maybe hit a ball. We'll see.
Yeah, her second grade teacher wrote in her yearbook, this was of course before she had her stroke, Leah can accomplish anything she wants to. So that's what we're going for. Leah's our oldest child. We have 4. She's always been the first to do things, and she's
Leah and Abby, thank you so much for being here and sharing your story. I'm going to start out with you, Leah. I had the opportunity to see the video that Children's Specialized Hospital put together about your journey. And of course, there was not a dry eye in the room. And so let's talk about your story. What do you remember the day that you had your stroke?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having me as well. I'm very honored to be here. And when I first had the stroke, I was playing in the basement with my sister. I was doing cartwheels. I remember I had set up like an obstacle course, and I just remember like my back just started to hurt, and I was like, "Wow, that's weird." So I just tried to sit on the couch, and then it really started to hurt. So I went upstairs. Yeah, and I was just feeling weird. Like my arms were just feeling weaker, and yeah, I knew something was like I don't know, something wasn't right. And so when I started to lose feeling and movement in my arms and legs, I was just really confused. So I was like, this has never happened before. Obviously, I was 8 years old at the time, like something I never heard of. So yeah, I was definitely just very confused. My mom, she was very good about not like alarming me or anything. She carried me outside, and we just like sit on our patio for a little bit. Um, but yeah, and then yeah, I laid down for a little bit. We decided to go to the hospital. So at that point, I started being very fearful, but again, everyone around me was kind of calm, and I was still I guess I was still, like, able to talk, and I was, like, awake, and I was just like, "This is so weird. What's happening?"
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would just say I was very, very confused.
Yeah, yeah. Abby, in the video that we saw, we understood that what was happening to your daughter was so unexpected. I mean, you think about an 8-year-old child, and who would think that they would be having a stroke, right? So at the beginning, you were alarmed, but you weren't panicked quite yet until she actually collapsed. So the process, this is every parent's nightmare, right? Is something happening like this to your child. What was going through your mind when you were realizing that this was more than just some simple, my arm fell asleep?
Mhm. Yeah, I actually my mom is a nurse. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, Leah she can't walk, what do we do?" And my mom is not one to get
Mince
scared
words.
quickly.
Yeah, okay.
She was like, "Oh, well, you gotta go to the hospital."
Mm.
And I was like, "Really? I have 4 kids. Well, how am I gonna take one to the hospital?"
Right.
She said, "You gotta take her to the hospital." I said, "Okay." So we loaded up, we went to the hospital, and to be honest with you, it was the month of March. I thought maybe it was the flu, maybe it was strep and just some very strange, complications. We spent the night in the emergency room, and throughout the evening, things progressed quickly. She couldn't move her legs, but then that kind of moved, or the not being able to control her muscles moved its way up to her lungs, and that's when she couldn't breathe.
Right.
And that's when things, escalated for the worse very, very quickly. And then we knew we were in a very, very serious situation at that
Yeah.
point.
And so what ended up happening was that you actually, Leah, you had a stroke in your spine, which I had never
Yes.
heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
So this was probably new for everybody,
Mhm.
realizing this is something that could happen to you. So what do you remember about what it was like when you first arrived at Children's Specialized Hospital? Because once you got your diagnosis and once you were out of the ER, it was all about rehabilitation. So what was that like for you the first time?
Yeah, I guess I remember the day I, was going to the hospital. Or to Children's Specialized. I had been in the ICU for almost a month. I'd been connected to IVs and wires and feeding tubes, and the day, I left, they took all those wires out, and I was like, okay, like getting back to normal. I'm not hooked up to the wall anymore. And then when I first got there, I remember it was a rainy day. I remember watching the back of the transportation ambulance that it was raining. I was like, okay, it was cold. I was like a little uncomfortable. And then when I got wheeled into the hospital, I don't remember who it was, but someone came up to me and was like, "Hi, Leah, nice to meet you." And as they were wheeling me through the lobby to go up to my room, I passed this big, like, fish tank in the lobby. And I remember just looking at the fish and I was like, "Wow, that's pretty cool." There was so many more colors, in children's than, there are in a standard hospital. Everyone was so friendly. There were slides of, kids in therapy doing, um, like, all these cool things, and I was very, very encouraged to, having things moving along, and then also, the welcoming, warm atmosphere of the hospital, and yeah, I think all the colors really, was a big thing for me too.
Yeah, so it was
Yeah.
very welcoming.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, Abby, once you realized that your daughter was paralyzed
Mhm.
and that she needed rehabilitation,
Mhm.
and then you chose Children's Specialized Hospital, what was it like for you in terms of your thinking about her future and about the whole process of
Mhm.
getting back to, I mean, everybody would hope that she would get back to 100%.
Mhm.
Boy, she looks great right
Uh-huh,
now, I'm
uh-huh.
telling you, but I did see the video of her prior to how she is now, and,
Yeah.
looking at her, it's like, wow, she had a really tall hill to
Mhm,
climb. So what
mhm.
was going through your own mind?
Um, we really took it day by day. It was, at first she could move a little bit of this hand at first, and then she could move some more fingers, and then she could, do the toes and all of that. And the therapists were so positive. I mean, they were so positive. And if you're ever in the gym at the hospital, when one kid across the gym with their therapist has a success, everybody's cheering and everybody's looking over. Then suddenly you're like, Leah, look, that girl over there, she just did this, she did, and everybody's so happy about all the time. So it's not like anybody even has a chance to think about the negative, because it really is, this is what you did today, and this is what you might do tomorrow, and this is what we're hoping that you're going to do next week. And her therapist, I mean, they were so great. They were just so relentlessly positive. They would, never focus on, isn't it really stinky that XYZ? It was like, well, today we're going to play a game, and tomorrow we're going to play a game over in that room, things like that. And I mean, I had no other choice. She was 8 years old, and like you saw, she was playing and running and very, very typical. And then to think about a future that's not that, you can't let your mind go there for too long.
Yeah.
And luckily the therapists and the doctors were completely on board with our hope for success.
It also sounds as though Children's Specialized Hospital really provides a welcoming environment for parents, because you spent a lot of time staying at the hospital, right?
Yeah. So I slept next to her for all but 1 or 2 nights when Dad came towards the end, when we knew we were going to go back to our house. I said, my husband's name is Peter. I said, Peter, why don't you come and stay a night or two? I'm going to go home and, get the house ready. So yeah, one of us was always there. And we made a lot of friends with the other parents and the other visitors that would come and go. And for lack of seeing my former friends from home, you make friends with the nurses and the doctors and all the patient care representatives and everything. So it was fun. And, you get to know what to order off the hospital menu, and you
Yes,
learn all
avoid
the
the
tricks.
chocolate pudding. Well, so Leah, at what point did you feel like, okay, this is going to happen. I am going to get back to where I was before. When did you start to feel hope that you would be able to regain a lot of the abilities that you had lost?
Yeah, I think, as you saw in the video, the first day I walked from, my mom's bed to my bed, that was probably like the day where I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. One of my aunts came to visit in the hospital, and she's very, very enthusiastic. She's a preschool teacher now, so every time she would come visit, I was like, I want to like do something. Like, she really inspired me. She really hyped me up. And so I knew she was coming, and she was there, and I was like, or I had been working on standing and walking like with assistance in therapy, and the space from my mom's bed to my bed wasn't that big. I knew my mom was right there. She would catch me if I fall. And I was like, all right, like, I want to try this on my own. And I think just having in my mind, I want to do this. And I knew it was a little bit of a risk. I was like, I'm walking on my own. But I did it. And after I did it, I was like, okay, I'm walking. I don't need someone's help to, walk. I don't need a wheelchair. And that was kind of a big indicator to me that, progression was happening. I knew I was only gonna get stronger and build up muscles, as I was told by my doctors. And so I knew, all right, I have the ability to walk. Now it's just getting better at it. So I think that was a big breakthrough for me.
Abby, that must have been an amazing experience to see your daughter make those few steps from point A to point B. And seeing that on the video was incredible. I was very moved because we saw the video of when she first came to the hospital, and then to see her take those steps. What was that like for you?
So 8 weeks, we were at Children's Specialized for 8 weeks. She came in on the stretcher, as she said. We saw the fish. That was all wonderful. And then 8 weeks later, she walked out. She walked into the car. And they were so sweet. All the guys at the front desk who do the security and, make sure everything is safe. Of course, they were so happy for her. Oh, let's get the car, and Leah's leaving. It was really neat. But yeah, you hope that's going to happen. Of course, you don't know that's going to happen. But we were very, very happy. Very, very happy.
Yeah. Leah, you've come such a long way. I mean, I'm looking at you. I would never know that anything would ever happen to you because here you are looking so healthy, so beautiful, and so full of life and energy. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how Children's Specialized Hospital has helped shape who you are today.
Yeah, I think kind of like we said before, the environment was just so positive, and it really gave me a really good mindset going forward about what had happened to me and how I was going to live my life onwards. Obviously the physical stuff, I still went to outpatient therapy through Children's Specialized for a couple years after I got out of the hospital. And so I had that continued environment of being able to be home and then also progressing in the hospital. So that was nice. And then also just the cool opportunities that I was able to do while I was in the hospital. They had, because I was there in May, so they had like a prom for mostly the older kids, but we all went, and so that was a lot of fun. My whole family came. It was like a big party, so that was a lot of fun. I remember we took a trip to Target while we were in the hospital. They loaded a bunch of us kids up in a van, and we went to Target, and I was like, wow, I'm in the outside. This is cool.
Yeah, something that might seem everyday to most people.
Yeah.
It's really
Right.
special.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And then, after I got out, I've done different events with the hospital. I've stayed in touch with a lot of the people from the hospital, doing different events like this. And I've gotten a lot of cool opportunities. So I think that's definitely helped me grow as a person, as well as, getting back physically to where I was.
You also have a very special project that you're working on in conjunction with the hospital. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I am doing a video with the hospital in Children's Specialized Hospital New Brunswick. And the video is going to be a tour of the hospital, showing new patients what to expect when they're going to the hospital, showing patients what to expect, the different areas of the hospital that I didn't know when I was going in there. Like I said before, I was wheeled in on a stretcher. I didn't get a physical tour. I'd seen a couple brochures that I was shown, and the therapist talked to me about these different things, but I never really got to see what was going on.
You're actually working on your Gold Award for Girl Scouts, which is kind of the equivalent of an Eagle Scout Gold type of thing.
Yes.
And I can't imagine what better way to make or help a child or young person feel comfortable than to have
Mhm.
somebody who's a peer like you actually explaining from a point of, real experience to be able to share that with other kids. And
Yeah, I definitely wanted to give back in some way.
Abby, what would you say to parents who might be watching now and are facing a difficult diagnosis, injury, or medical challenge with their child?
Wow. I would say keep going. I would say find help from wherever you can get it. If anybody is willing to offer you help, take it. Say thank you. And yeah, just I guess look to your child, the love that you have for your child. Um, you can move mountains. You can make it happen. If you find a hospital similar to Children's Specialized Hospital, you will be very, very lucky.
Yeah. Abby, this is such an incredible story. And I know that faith has been very important. I think everybody who faces this kind of catastrophe, disaster, challenge has a lot to process, right? And so faith was very important to you, but faith combined with support, right? So you had faith, but you also had all the tools that Children's Specialized Hospital provided.
Yeah, yeah, it was, I put a Bible verse every day up in our room, and I would change it every morning for our inspiration in our little bubble there in the hospital room. My family was very supportive, and obviously the staff and everybody at the hospital was very, very supportive. So I do consider myself, lucky in that way. But yeah, there used to be a poster up in some schools. I know it said something along the lines of, no prayer in schools except on test days. So it's very, very similarly. You certainly, if you don't have faith, you find it real quick when you're in a hospital room.
Yeah, yeah. One thing that you said in the video, which I thought was just so moving, is that when you guys were leaving the hospital, you almost didn't want to give the people there a hug because there's so much emotion there, right?
Right.
That you said if I start hugging you, I won't let go.
Right.
Tell us about that and what you were feeling at that time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how do you thank somebody for giving you everything, really? I mean, I have 4 kids, but if you have more than 1 kid, you love them each with your entire heart, right? So, there she was, like, Leah was my everything, and they gave her back to me. So, grateful doesn't really cut it, and it has been neat. We've gone back and we've visited with some of the doctors and therapists since, and it's been fun to see them in the past couple of years as well.
I think it must be so gratifying on both sides because we saw an interview with the doctor that treated your daughter, and you could see the smile on her face when she was talking about her and able to say, hey, she recovered.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that has to be, on that side of the fence, the most gratifying gift of all, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm very grateful for all of their hard work, for sure.
Today, we're asking watchers, listeners, to support Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. What would you like people to know about the difference their generosity could make for families like yours?
So Leah mentioned, or I think I said in the video, how important the pool was to her daily therapy. And that's one of the things, an indoor pool is not cheap, right? And the maintenance and everything that goes along with it. But Children's Specialized has the pool, but they have, top of the line rehab equipment. It's one-on-one treatment all the time. You're never, you're never thrown in a room with an assignment. You're always with your therapist, and the therapist is helping you the entire time. The prom, the different activities, the gift baskets. I was there for Mother's Day, if you can believe it. So they had all of the patients went to a room, and the nurses wheeled them in, and they made a basket for their mom. And then she came back and she gave me the basket, and so how great is that? But the basket's not free. Somebody's got to buy the basket. So when you think about all the little things like that, your money is being cared for. It's not like it's going somewhere and, there's all this overhead and all the usual places where you wonder sometimes what's actually being done. The money that you give, you're buying prom favors for a 17-year-old kid who can't go to the prom at her high school, or you're buying a basket so that a mom who's in the hospital has a Mother's Day present. I can't think of much more, or I can't think of another way to give money that wouldn't be as fulfilling. So
yeah, so every dollar really makes a difference.
Yeah.
It can be something as small as prom stuff or as large as rehab equipment.
Yeah.
And they are cutting edge as far
Yeah,
as that's
for
concerned.
sure.
Leah, the future for you. You all of a sudden you've got this whole world that opens up for you. I mean, you came from having a stroke to being recovered and now planning to go to college. You've been doing college tours and checking those out. What's ahead for you and what are some of your dreams?
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what I want to major in, what I want to do. But I've obviously thought of doing something with the hospital, like administrative stuff. I've thought about teaching. And so yeah, I really think it just comes down to um, whatever I feel I will find the most joy in. I think in a lot of different things. I like to work hard. I like to, um, try my best at whatever I'm doing. And I like to be creative too. I like to kind of have my own take on things. And so something where I can um, both be a leader and have, a little creative or, you know, kind of not bossy, but have some sort
Oh,
of
be a boss, be a girl boss. Why
I'm
not?
the oldest child, I can't help it. So yeah, just something where I can really thrive in that sense.
And so, for our viewers out there, what would be your message to them about why they should give to Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation?
Yeah, I think giving to children's is so important for the different therapy methods and equipment that they have there. Um, you know, I don't think I would be where I am now without different equipment that I was able to use through the hospital that, isn't cheap. Those things are expensive. Um and yeah, and then also the opportunities I got to do, like, going to Target. I What else did I do? The prom. They just make so many things so fun.
Yeah. They
And
make it a very welcoming environment,
yes.
and you feel embraced by their caring
Yeah.
and also their expertise.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
is great. Well, I want to thank you both for joining us and sharing your
Yeah.
stories. This is such an important day to support Children's Specialized Hospital. Know that your contributions will help buy equipment, buy prom stuff, buy trips to Target, but also really help young people and children like Leah get the best possible care. Stories like Leah are possible because of compassionate care and the generosity of donors who believe every child deserves the chance to reach their full potential. And, your story is just beginning, and I just can't wait to see where it goes and where it leads you. It's pretty wonderful. Our goal today is to raise $50,000 to support the incredible work of Children's Specialized Hospital. So please join us in giving hope, healing, and opportunity to children and families who need it most. Together, we can help more children achieve milestones that were once thought impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
All right, we are back. I want to thank Lorraine holding it down at the iHeart Studios. Incredible story. Leah is amazing. Her whole family is. Her mom sharing a genuine, belief that she was going to lose her kid, and thanks to people like the gentleman sitting next to me right now, Dr. Colin O'Reilly. Leah is not only thriving, she has been incredible. This journey. She's a teenager. She's talking about college. She's creating a video for patients that, if they get, they're worried about coming to the hospital or like an introductory thing. And she's just an incredible human being. So
yeah, Mike, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's a hard act to follow here watching Leah, and each time that I see her, in one of these children's specialized engagements. It's so awesome to see
Yeah.
the progression that she's made, and she's talking about college now and future plans, and it really is a testament to the amazing work that she did while she was here at Children's Specialized.
Right, right.
It's incredible to watch.
So you've done some amazing work. You joined the Children's Specialized Hospital in 2015. My first question to you is, what is the most significant change you've seen since you first started here at the hospital?
So that's a big question.
Uh,
I think there are so many things that have changed in the past 10 years here at Children's, but I think one of the most impressive is the overall growth of the organization. And I'm not just talking about the physical plants and the new locations, but the different services that we've created, the different programs that we have developed for the kids of New Jersey and beyond. Really, that growth has been incredible. Almost seeing 50,000 children per year. It really is. It's been something to watch.
That's incredible. No, and I've been around. This is my 4th year officially on the team, like helping Kate and stuff like that. And I can't believe how much we've changed and how much we're going to change. I mean, the fact that there's going to be locations in Mount Laurel, Cherry Hill, down by where I live is, there is one in Hamilton already. But the expansion and everything going on, having a national presence, it's a incredible thing. And I thank you for doing that. Dr. Colin O'Reilly is the Vice President and Chief Medical Officer at the Children's Specialized Hospital. CSH treats children with some of the most complex conditions that children can face: brain, spinal cord injuries, autism, chronic illness, and other unique challenges. What does it take clinically to do this well?
I think it takes a team approach. We look at every aspect of the care of the child, and we try to fill any gaps that there may be. When you have these children who are so medically complex, it's not just a specialized medical team that treats them. You have to think of every single layer related to the needs of that child and that family. So you need the expert clinicians, you need the therapists, PT, OT, speech, audiology, child life, rec therapy. You need the bedside nurses. You need an entire group of people, psychology, psychiatry, medical specialists, all to look at what does this child need to reach their full potential and how can we help them reach that along the way.
It's incredible. No, yeah. And, I always see I've never met a staff that is so in tune with what the kids need and the family needs, but also even if they're having a bad day, they don't show it. You know what I mean? And I've been here not just on tour days where everybody's like, put on a smile. It's easy to fake it a day. It's hard to fake it for, decades.
So I tell everybody, I love my job. I think I truly have the best job in the world. And if I'm having a hard day at work, I will not be in a bad mood by the time I get to my car, because I will purposefully walk through the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor and then the gym of this organization. And I will see these kids who are going through a lot of tough times in life, and every single one of them is working to get better. And we have this amazing staff that's helping them to do so, that we don't just put on a happy face here. We actually are happy because of the work that we're doing. And it's an incredibly impactful position to have.
Yeah, it's contagious too, to do good, feel good. So there is a reward, in a sense of working here. I think it's very and it's just incredible though. And thank God for people like you, sincerely. I'd imagine that the highly specialized programs that CSH require, the programs require a significant amount of innovation, most, if not all, which is funded by our donors. What clinical programs have benefited from the philanthropy? Are there any that wouldn't exist without an actual sponsorship investment?
Without a doubt. So sorry, just looking around, this room is hopping right now with a lot of energy. It's awesome.
I love it. Yeah.
I love when little kids come running up to the side of the table, and you're going to meet Nico and his mom Nicole and their family, and It's awesome to see them here. One of the things related to your question about philanthropy and donors, we just heard from Leah's mom and Leah about specific things, the little things that we do here to make their lives better. And they talked about the pool and they talked about rehab equipment, but a lot of the product of the philanthropy you may not see.
Yeah.
So to give you an example, at Children's, in our outpatient services, we treat approximately 11,000 kids with autism. And if I were to explain to you the national needs, there's 19 million children in the United States with autism who need a developmental pediatrician. When we count the number of developmental pediatricians that actually exist, it's under 800. So we can't meet that need. However, we've decided at Children's we're going to try.
Right.
We have to. We don't sleep at night until we do.
Amen.
So we have developed formalized training programs that don't exist anywhere else for general pediatricians and for nurse practitioners. Those fellowship programs, they started being 100% through philanthropy. Donors gave us that money to kick off and say, why don't you do something that's going to be different? Why don't you break the mold to be able to meet the needs of the kids of New Jersey and beyond?
Right.
And those are the dollars that come into us that may not buy a shiny new piece of therapy.
Right.
Although we like that.
Yeah.
We need that.
Yeah. The tangibles are always great.
Without a doubt.
But the training.
The training program.
Right.
The things that really increase our employee engagement and keep these clinicians here with us to treat these kids.
Right.
Those are the things that I really, really enjoy.
Yeah, I've noticed too, like when we can't unfortunately have the capabilities, like, because like you said, there are kids that aren't getting this treatment right now and it keeps you up at night. And I generally have seen that from Dr. Matt McDonald, from Alyssa, everybody on the team, and like gets gutted and they're like, can we figure it out? Can we figure it out? And a lot of the times the answer is somehow they figured it out, which is amazing, or they came up with an alternative or found somebody who could do it. So the outside the box thinking in this organization, in this foundation, is just incredible. And you guys are full family. You treat the family, you care about the family. We mentioned Leah, but I feel like it's worth bringing back up. Leah was a 9-year-old softball player who suffered a rare pediatric spinal cord stroke. She arrived at CSH unavailable to breathe on her own, in pain so severe she couldn't be touched. 8 weeks later, she took her first post-stroke steps during aquatic therapy. Walk us through what happens clinically in a case like Leah's that creates such an incredible outcome in such little time.
So it really is an incredible journey that all of the kids who come through this facility here in New Brunswick. So just to level set, we're sitting in the country's largest pediatric acute rehab hospital.
Right.
And we are ranked number 1 in the country for our outcomes. So having someone come in through this center here, it's really a true benefit for the people of New Jersey. When we get someone who comes into us with such a complex injury, we know that we're going to have to address that on multiple levels.
Right.
We have the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the nurses who address all the medical issues with those children and their families. But we also have all of the therapists, and they all meet as a team. The therapists and the medical professionals, they get together every single day at the bedside.
Wow.
And they talk about the status of that kid and what are our goals.
Right.
What are our goals for today? What are our goals for this week? What are our goals for an eventual discharge home? And what we do is we look at an individualized care plan for that child and say, where do we want to get this kid to, right? It's always going to be the top.
Right.
We want that kid to the most potential. And we work with the families. And we talk to the families about what their job is while they're here, because they need to be trained and they need to learn, because that body's going to evolve over the course of the time here with us. And we want to make sure that we are all engaged on the same team to be able to get that potential for that child here. And the body evolves. And it's why I went into pediatrics and not adult medicine.
Right.
The kids' bodies, they're built to heal better if you give them that opportunity. So having the entire team together to be able to do that, you see things like Leah and it's like magical.
Yeah.
It's amazing to see.
Also, like, I can't help but notice, like, the child who's suffering this or needs healing is always the strongest one. Like it's like somebody up there, and I don't know whatever you believe in, but somebody up there selected them to keep the family together, because like I've seen that time after time where the parents are devastated, but they're trying to chuck along, and it's so much easier to do it with, like, we're gonna have Nico's on with Todd Frazier in a few minutes. And he is the coolest kid, and he's just incredible. And like if that happened to me today, I'd be in a puddle of my own, and a lot of
They're strong.
Yeah,
These
they're
kids are
very strong.
They are the strongest individuals that I
Yeah.
have come across. And one thing we have here that helps with that, we have a department called family faculty. And I've never heard about this in any other hospital, where we have a department that there are employees and they're parents of current or past patients. And they allow us to see that family perspective. So when you have a family who's coming in like Leah's on day one,
Right.
you have a parent who's on our care team, who's here in the hospital rounding with us, who's been in that same spot. And they can say, you know what, I've been there.
Right.
And that helps the family along so well. And they serve as a point of guidance, of collaboration, all throughout the entire stay. And they're invaluable to us. I can't say more about that.
I love it. It's incredible. One final note. We all know the Children's Specialized Hospital treats almost 45,000 children each year, but the goal is to grow to at least 50,000 this year, and then 60,000 by 2028. What will it take for us to get there?
So I think we're going to continue to push through, right? Where it's not just the geographical expansion, the new sites that we're creating. Once we build those sites, we have to fill them with the experts to be able to treat the children. So
Right.
we're recruiting, but they're not all out there, right? I can't just go and put up a sign and say, hey, I got jobs.
Now
for you.
hiring, you
Now
know?
we have to do the training programs, right?
Right.
And we have to make sure that everybody who is treating the kids who come through our doors,
Mhm.
we want them to be the best of the best, because that's how we get the outcomes that we want in our children.
Dr. Colin O'Reilly, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
It's
you for
always a
being back.
pleasure.
It's great to
Stop.
see you again.
Yeah, no,
Keep
we're going to
coming back.
continue this.
Yeah,
We're going to keep raising money. Bryce, a drum roll on where we're at as far as, oh, by the way, Bryce is working with me. He's my producer for the day, and he's an amazing guy. We'll have him on camera soon. You can see him over there, but we have him tucked away in the corner right now. But Bryce, some heavy donors came through that segment, and if you want to share them with the audience, that'd be amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Robert, shout out to Avani, shout out to Jeff and Dan. Thank you guys so much for your generous donations, and we appreciate your support.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. We're inching away. We're almost over 10% to our goal,
That's
which is
awesome.
incredible.
Excellent. That's
Yeah,
great.
it's so
Great to
it's
hear.
so
Thank you,
rewarding.
everyone.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
it's been so
Big
good.
heartfelt thank you.
Yeah,
To-
yeah.
To everybody who's donating.
Hopefully it's going to keep steamrolling. People are going out to lunch. They're going to see this video and they're going to see it in socials. Thank you to iHeart for sharing. Our team behind Afina is really cooking on all levels. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, Todd Frazier and our man Nikos. It's going to be a fun segment. You do not want to miss it. He's one of the coolest kids I know.
Yeah, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Take care. Thank
Yeah.
you, Mike.
No, of course.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hey.
All right, I got you.
All right, man. Appreciate your time. I'm gonna step out of the way and let you talk to your homeboy. All right.
All right, my man.
So we're here. Hey, Frage.
What's
We
going
are
on?
live.
What's up?
Frage, what's going on? So
Another
we got
day,
Buddy
baby. Oh, let me see. Oh, that's my man. What's up, Nikos? How we doing, kid?
here. So Nikos, tell everybody how old you are.
I'm 7.
Lucky 7, huh?
Yep.
What's your favorite thing about going to therapy at Children's Specialized Hospital?
Probably the spider cage and basketball.
Do you know a guy that helped with that spider cage? I see you smiling at someone on the screen.
Todd Frazier.
Yeah. We say thank you to Todd, right?
Thank
that
you.
Cool? Yeah.
Hey, anytime,
All right.
brother. You know that.
All right, we're going to jump in, Todd. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and then I'm going to hand it to my buddy Nikos here to take it
Yes.
for the day. So you've made a huge impact on Children's Specialized and the families here. So what does that mean to you?
It means everything, really. I mean, first, when you're coming up in life, you got to have a great family with you. My mom and dad raised me the right way to always understand that you always want to help out others and give back. And for me personally, this was a no-brainer. I mean, you see the kids and the children, and you understand they're going through some tough times in life that a lot of people don't have to go through. And for me, I said, I got to find a way to help out and do what I can. And I try my best to be a leader and focus on helping out everybody, especially a person like Nikos, who always has a smile on his face.
Yeah, so we know that you organized an annual event for us that helped with that spider cage. So Nikos, I think you have a surprise for us, right? Do you want to show us how tall you are today thanks to that spider cage? Want to stand up? So Nikos is standing here on
my
it. Thanks
God.
to this, yeah. So that's the power of community.
I'm even taller than her.
See, he's taller than hard, but he's taller than me these days. So what does that tribute mean to you at when you walk into Tom's River, where Nikos comes in and he participates with therapy with the spider cage? We have a tribute to you that says dream, believe, and achieve, which is an inspiring message. What do you hope with these kids walk away and what Nikos walks away when they come into the building?
The dream as big as possible and achieve your goals. I mean, I think personally knowing Nikos and seeing his journey and his family and everything they've done, and to see him honestly just to stand up as easily as possible like that with no worries in the world. People don't understand how much has come from this young man and how hard he's worked to get to where he is right now. I just want to have possibilities for people and just for have them to kind of, as families come in, they can just take a sit back, take a deep breath, and know that whatever is in there, whatever all of us has come together to help out and do, we know the doctors and the practitioners and everybody's doing the hard work, but at the same time, and if I can have a little morsel of that, knowing I helped along the way, means that much more.
Well, thank you. I think it's been more than a little morsel. You've introduced us to so many people, to the foundation to help raise critical funds. I know you've said in the past, nothing in your career compares to what happens at Children's Specialized. Make the case for the audience. Why should they give today? What does this mean? I know we've got Nikos. We met him when he was a little guy, and now he's standing taller than me.
I mean, listen, you got to dig in your heart, dig down deep. I mean, when you go to a children's specialized hospital, wherever the location is, I'd advise everybody to walk around and put themselves in, the family's shoes and know that, you're waking up every day and, you might have some worries in the world, but ultimately a lot of these families are waking up every day and they got to work their butt off, not only to meet ends, but to help out their child. And it's a nonstop, it's a 24-hour a day thing for most kids now at the Children's Specialized Hospital. And if you could dig down deep in your heart and understand all this money is going towards them to, not only get back on their feet, but help these families, breathe and have a little stress off their shoulders too as well. I mean, these is so meaningful think about what they're going through and what you're going through in life, and you understand. You sit back and like, man, is your life that hard? No, it's hard for a lot of these people. So if you could think about that, I truly believe the money that you were willing to give today is going to be very helpful.
So, Todd, I just want to personally thank you because you're a friend to the foundation and the hospital for all you've done, time, energy. You know, Todd puts together these events, but he's active weekly on leadership calls and helping us drive towards that. So now we're going to get to the fun part, which I know when we've talked in the past, Todd, and I ask you what your favorite thing is about Children Specialized, you always come up with the same answer is being with the kids. So now we're going to have someone special interview you who's your number one fan, right, Nikos?
Yep.
You got some questions for Todd?
Yep.
Come on, big dog, hit me with them.
Who was your favorite baseball team?
Ooh, well, let me show you real quick. Let's see. Does that help out a little bit? No, Yankees for sure. So I've been doing a lot with the Yanks, so they're my squad right now.
Is that
Okay.
your squad?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Next question. What was your coolest home run you ever hit?
Wow, there were so many of them. I would have to say my first playoff home run when I was on the Yankees. I hit a 3-run homer to right field, opposite field home run to get us back into the playoff race. And I just remember pointing up into the crowd where my family was sitting. That was truly one of the most special home runs I've ever had.
Okay.
He sold that answer.
Did you ever get nervous before a game?
Of course, all the time. Nervous. I always tell everybody nerves are good. Being scared is a different story. I was never scared, but nerves mean, in my opinion, it means you care and you want to do really well. So nerves were always there, and that's a part of life too. So for me, I brought the nerves on. I wanted the nerves because I wanted to play well for my team.
Okay. I'm playing in a basketball league. Do you have any pointers for me to be the best athlete I can be?
Oh, baby. Well, 2 of them. Don't be afraid to shoot. When you're open, shoot the ball. And if you miss, keep shooting because sometimes you're not going to have your day. Number 2, be aggressive. Be aggressive. Go attack the rebound. Make that play. Dive for loose balls. And just get after it, my man. I know you can. I know you're a big, strong young man, so get after it.
Why do you love Children's Specialized Hospital?
Why do I love it? I mean, there's so many reasons. I get to meet people like you, for one, who inspire me not only to be who I am, but be a great person. I get to have my family and my kids, and I get to show them, all the stuff that goes in part with Children's Specialized Hospital. I want them to kind of, piggyback what I'm doing, and I get to help out a lot of young men and women, get back on their feet and help them in whatever is hurting them, and making sure they're going in the right direction, and that means a lot to me.
So, Nikos, do you have any advice for Todd? He's given you some of his best pointers. Do you have something you want to say? You can think about it, right?
No, I don't have anything.
No? He hit a home run today? I think you did a pretty good job. You might have a career outside of basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, baby. That sounds good. We'll broadcast. We'll do a game together or something. That'll be fun.
Well, Todd, thank you for being with us and spending some time with Nikos. I remember when you first met, when we revealed your the tribute to you at Tom's River. Do you remember this little guy, how tiny he was standing next to you? Do you want to tell everybody about what that experience was when you saw him first and interacted with Nikos?
Yeah, first time met his mom, dad, his whole family. But for me, seeing him, he had the walking sticks with him too. Personally, it means so much to me seeing where he started and how he ended up. I got to know his family really well. I got to know him. You could just see the facial structure on you has changed, my man. I know you're getting older. You got a nice fresh haircut. You look like you could conquer the world now, and that really feels good in the heart right now, knowing that. And I know I got to give credit to your mom and dad. They've worked so hard for you and helped you out, and there was, whenever they needed something, they always said yes, 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 anything for you and the family, and away we went, man. And I'm just so glad where you are now. You still got ways to go, but looking at you now, nothing's gonna stop you, brother.
Nikos, does it make you happy to see someone like Todd?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it mean a lot?
Yeah.
You're my buddy forever. You know that.
Yep.
Yep.
Mike, do you have any? I know you've
No,
been
man,
an integral
I-
part
look,
of this
I've-
relationship with Todd and the foundation and the fundraisers that we've done for the spider cage and some.
Todd knows how I feel about him. I appreciate you, brother. Your whole family just gives back. You could tell you were all raised right. You're raising your kids right. I mean, I love seeing how much you're engaged, changing little leaguers' lives. Like your Southsider kids, like they look up to you, man, and it's really cool to see. Blake, I told you he's going to be better than you. He's going to be the Griffey Jr. of your, that I'm telling you, dude. I can't wait to watch. No pressure, but I can't wait to watch your kids grow up and just crush it, man. So thank you.
Team effort all together. You, Mems, that's your nickname, unless all day. Mems, Kate, from everybody, Mark Montanaro, everybody working together as a team, one goal, one dream. And that's what we've been doing.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time, Todd. We know you're very busy, so thank you.
Nikos, I'll see you soon, man.
Bye.
Bye, Todd.
I think we have another thing going on.
How
but
cool was that?
how awesome was that? Pouring in. We appreciate everybody who's contributed, lend a voice. After today, I tell people the job's not done. We're going to keep raising. People are asking how they could get involved. I have a bunch of messages I have to respond to, so I do appreciate that. Thank you to everybody working out behind the scenes. We're going to take a quick break. You're going to hear from people that provided us some lunch today. Eat Clean Bro. They're live in studio with Buster. They share their journey, but also the importance of raising money for CSH. They raise a ton. And they do it in a fun way, right? You like the Eat Clean Bro guys? Do you like Jamie?
Did you just say Buster?
Yeah, Buster.
Actually, Nikos
You
is
got
gonna
some
be
words
with
for
us.
Buster?
Yes, I do.
All right, what do you got?
The Eagles are bad. They're not doing good.
Oh.
They're so bad. They stink. They stink. They stink. They're washed. They're just terrible.
AJ Brown's gone, right? They lost them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're gonna struggle. All right, I like that move. Buster, we'll see if we could get a response from him. Nico's just went full heel on you. That's incredible. Well, Buster does raise money for you, buddy, and for our everybody here. But yeah, you're right. He picked a terrible team.
Yeah, he did.
Well, we'll be right back with Buster. Great job, Nikos.
Thank you, Nikos.
All right, we're doing this remotely. It's Buster live in the iHeart Radio studios in Philadelphia, joined by Kayla from Eat Clean Bro. Kayla, how you doing?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Well, it's I Love Children's Specialized Hospital Day. This is cool, right? We're both friends. We're both fans of a children's specialized hospital. So before we get into how much we love CSH, can we talk a little bit about Eat Clean Bro? I mean, you guys have blown up. We see you everywhere, and you guys started with $300 and a dream, right?
We did. I forget about that part. It's been so long. But yeah, we did. And one of the most important things during the growth of our company was really engaging with the community and focusing on philanthropy, which is why I'm here. We love CSH a lot, not just today, but every day. And yeah, we're happy to be here and happy to be partners with them. It's honestly, I couldn't ask for a better organization to partner with.
So talk to us about, 40,000 or 4,000 meals a week. Do I have that number right, or is it 40,000?
40, 40, but more now.
Wow. Okay. All right. So talk to us about the vast amount of meals that you guys are donating and how that works.
Yeah, we do a lot. We produce a lot of food. Right now, I'm actually sitting in our Eatontown facility where all of the food is cooked, packaged, and sent out of. But yeah, just as much food as we sell, we do like to make donations. And today we're actually feeding the nurses and the staff at CSH. They really do like our food. We like to take American classics and make them healthy, so it doesn't feel like you're on a diet. But this is definitely healthier than what you would typically eat for lunch.
I think that's the goal, right? You could try and trick yourself. What's your favorite meal that you guys produce?
Oh, my favorite meal right now, and I'm going to go heat one up, is the firecracker chicken and rice. It's like a spicy buffalo chicken with rice.
Talking my language.
Love that. We try to hit like all the good stuff, like the buffalo, the teriyaki. We make all of our sauces in-house. We don't use seed oils. We really go all in on taking things that are tasty and we like and making them healthy.
Do you ever find yourself, like, say you're on vacation somewhere and you try a dish and you're like, oh, this is good, we should make this?
Oh my gosh, always. Always. We find inspiration everywhere, for sure.
That's pretty cool. I would imagine that's half of the fun. In addition to giving back, your annual gala for Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation pushed your fundraising over the $1 million mark. That is crazy. So first off, congratulations. But how does that feel to know that you've raised funds that are making a significant impact for CSH?
It's really unbelievable. Super cool. We're really proud of it. And I mean, that was the number that we wanted. We wanted to cross that $1 million mark. But I also think maybe we're a little crazy because immediately after we hit that, we said, all right, when's 2 million? Like we're ready to keep going. So yeah, I mean, definitely one of the proudest accomplishments in company history would be donating that $1 million. We're really excited about that.
And I can imagine once you get bit by that bug, it's like, all right, how can we double it and double it again, right?
Yeah, so our next event is actually our Bro Mountain event coming up on June 13th, where we gather friends, family, customers, everyone we know in our front yard. And we run a 5K through our neighborhood to benefit CSH. It's one of my favorite days of the year, and there's more stuff on the horizon.
You mentioned in your neighborhood. I mean, I think one of the things that I've heard from you guys many times is how much you guys take pride in your hometown and how it's been a dream of yours to, help people in your community. I mean, you feel like you're accomplishing that goal every day, right?
Working towards it for sure. I don't feel like we've done it yet, but I feel like every day that we make a little bit of positive change, we're taking a step in the right direction.
If there are other small business owners that are listening and watching right now, and say, because it's not easy, right? When you're a small business owner and you're doing everything yourself, the idea of giving back, obviously everybody wants to help, but sometimes it's easier said than done, right? So can you talk to small business owners about how, what are the first steps of being able to give back, even though you feel like, oh man, I've got everything stressed and stretched to the max here for my own business. How do I also give back on top of that?
I think the most important thing is to start by really listening and paying attention to your own customer base. You don't even have to leave your customer base to give back, right? It could be as simple as donating $50 towards one of your customers' kids' baseball teams, or just keeping your finger on the pulse of your customers and what their needs are and what is important to them. Even something as simple as showing up and giving your time at one of your customers, maybe they're doing a fundraiser. I don't know, just pay attention to your customers, what they need, what they want, what they're interested in. And it's as simple as starting with that. And then you guys get to grow together.
You and I have both met many patients and staff members at Children's Specialized Hospital. Is there a child or a parent or a moment that sort of stands out to you that made giving back more personal for you?
Oh, there's too many to count. There's too many to count. Every patient family that we have interacted with has been extraordinarily moving. And it's not only an honor to meet them, but also an honor to learn from them and, what their trials and tribulations were and how Children's helped them. And I love to meet them and be able to spread their message, right? And what Children's was able to do for them, because we continue to raise funds because, where the money goes is really, it helps. And those success stories just multiply. Yeah, I can't pick one. I can't pick two. I feel like they're all amazing.
Well, that's a good problem to have, right? Kayla, one of the founders of Eat Clean Bro. Also give our best to Jamie over there. We appreciate you jumping on. Happy I Love CSH Day. I know we're going to continue to partner more and more as we go down the road with Children's Specialized Hospital. And also, I hope you guys have a great summer over there in Jersey.
There is no such thing as a bad summer in Jersey. So come visit us.
I hear that. Thanks for jumping on with us today, Kayla.
Thank you, Buster. Have fun.
Yes, please put that on. Yeah, that was your buddy Buster. What did you think of that? He does a good job on the radio.
Yeah, kind of.
Bad choice of team, but good person. And that was Kayla from Eat Clean Bro. Once again, Eat Clean Bro providing hundreds and hundreds of meals for the patients, employees, and just anybody who's a part of this amazing time. And it's just incredible. I said the hardest worker, Nicole, today is going to be the microwave.
Yes, for sure. Yes, I think so.
But and then if you just want to swing that mic a little closer to you.
Sure.
Yeah, that's perfect. Mark Montanaro is going to be joining us. Do you like Mark Montanaro, Nikos?
I don't know him.
You don't know Mark? Yes, you do.
Mark.
1-800 Autoland.
Who's him?
You know Mark. Once you see his face.
Oh my goodness, Nikos.
Mark, I'm not
We
sure if
love
you could
Mark.
hear us yet.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you, buddy. I'm here with
the camera. I've got my IT guy taking a look at it. Nikos, I can't believe you don't remember me, buddy. Come on. How are you, Nicole?
Hi, Mark. We love you, Mark. Don't
Love
mind
you.
Nikos.
Nikos, I'm the big goofy guy that's always with Todd when I see you.
Does that ring a bell?
No.
No.
Oh, boy.
How quick they forget,
I
Mark.
get the camera working.
No. All right, he's trying to get his camera going. I think he dropped out real quick, but you want to see a picture of Mark Montanaro? Maybe that will refresh your memory. All right, I'll find a picture. Yeah, you.
What are we using here?
This is StreamYard. It's a multi-platform thing. It allows us to go live on multiple stations at once. Mark Montanaro.
Once you see, you're gonna go, oh my goodness, I know Mark.
Still don't know.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
There-
Look at that picture.
Look, that's him, Jamie, Todd, Autoland.
I don't know.
Oh, he loves you.
Nico,
He
it's
loves you,
right
and
there.
he's done a ton for us.
Oh my!
At
He's the one who got
Children's
you your
Hospital.
bike. You know the bike?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the bike man.
He's the bike
exactly.
man. You remember?
I don't know.
There he is.
There's Mark.
Now you know him.
Now you know him. Say hi, Mark.
Hi.
They're just waiting for. I think he's buffering.
Chris. Hey, are you there, Mike?
Yeah, we're here, man. Nico's now he knows you. He said. He
I
apologized.
never said that.
Yeah.
I literally never said
Nikos,
that.
it's okay. Nikos, it's okay, buddy. I was going to invite you to a Giants game. I'm going to have to rethink it. You know, maybe I'm just going to take your mom and dad now.
That is just crazy.
Well, I know Nicole did ask to join for this segment because of how
Why
much
is
you
this
do
happening?
mean. Because of how much you do mean to the family and everything you've done for our kids, and we do appreciate you, brother.
Look, I don't do anything. It's my whole family, my wife, my kids, my staff, my team, of the community. We do what we can do because we love these kids and their families, especially the two that's sitting right in front of you.
Oh, we love you, Mark. We appreciate all the things that you do for the kids in the hospital, and especially Nikos. We know that you give so much of your time and just your love. We appreciate you.
Thank
Really.
you. And then look at the guy next to you, Mike. Talk about love. One of the
Yeah.
kindest human beings ever. So,
Yeah.
well, Mike, what's up, buddy? How we doing so far? Do we have a subtotal?
We're doing good. You want to get a total right now? Drum
I'd love
roll.
a subtotal.
Yeah, I'll get it right now. And for those that also want to join in, go to ilovecsh.org and help us get that total going. So right now, currently, on our chart, drum roll. No drum
It's
roll.
important, bro.
Good job, Nikos. We're at $6,820. So we're moving on up. We're over 10%.
What's our goal? What's our goal?
Our goal is always it's 50K this year, Mark. We've never done it before. Kate looked me in the eyes and said, if you don't get it, you're off the team. No, I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, we wanted 50,000 reasons for these kids, because our goal is to move the needle of right now. We treat about 45,000 kids. We're trying to treat 50. So that became our goal. So $50,000. We know.
Are you sure your subtotal's accurate? Because I spoke to a gentleman this morning that told me he made a substantial donation. Are you waiting on that one?
Well, there was Wild Fork. Scott from Wild Fork donated $2,000 commitment to that, and then we also just had in my text message from Dr. Kelly Hodges, who is an orthopedic, donate $2,500 just right now.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, she's actually an amazing dentist out of Philadelphia. She's one of my clients. She actually spends one half of her week treating kids, giving them procedures that they can't afford, and giving them dental work that unfortunately they can't afford, and she volunteers her time for that. So she zero charge does that. Half of her work week's that, and her other half of her work week is actually treating patients that help her live. But when she found out when she found out what we were doing here, she's like, Michael, how can I help? And she's like, I'm sending this. So thank you, Dr. Hodges. You're an amazing human being, and I'm very honored to have you in my life.
100%. Thank you.
Thank
you. Well, while you were reading that, because of Nikos and his smile and everything, Springfield Police Department just called in a $2,500 donation as well.
What? Dude, you are magic, man.
Wow.
You are
Nikos. How's that, buddy? So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Springfield Police Department. They come through for us every year, and they were waiting for this day, and because they know that there's a lot of donors out there that will match their gift, and they'll get, it'll go a lot further. And I know that you've had one or two step up and offer a matching today, also, Michael. So
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the fact that people are willing to say, hey, for every dollar you put in, I'm going to put in $1. Mark, you've done that a ton of times for us. I remember the first ever Podathon, before you went to bed and after you woke up, you were on with me in the middle of the night, raising money with
100%.
me. So you've always been there,
100%.
you've been on the board, and this is one of the questions that I really wanted. I've been dying to ask you for a while.
Okay.
You've been on the CSH Foundation Board of Trustees for over 12 years. You're now serving as our chairman. Why Children's Specialized Hospital? How did you get involved, and what kept you so committed for over a decade?
Well, listen, I'll be real brief, but it started when I was 17 years old. Best friend in life broke his neck in a swimming pool. Best friend of my wife and mine, who was my high school sweetheart, who Arlene. And I watched the struggles that his family went through. And honestly, as good as the medical and the first responders were back in the 80s, they weren't what they are today. And we made a commitment way back then that anything we can do in life, we were going to give back not only to the kids that are affected by this, but to their parents and their siblings. We wanted to be able to build facilities that can treat the entire family and just make it, this way there's no resentment that ever sets in with the siblings. You don't want to exclude siblings when their brother and sister are in there getting physical therapy or rehab, or God forbid, living in a long-term facility. You want to be able to accommodate everyone. And Dr. McDonald and his team are just absolutely amazing at doing that. And, and of course, Alyssa and her team over at the foundation, they just find ways to put smiles on parents and kids' faces every day. And that's something that Arlene and I have always wanted to do. So I hope that answers. And our parents, honestly, my mom and dad, they've been given for years and years. My dad is deceased now. We were able to raise enough money to name the gym, or the physical the physical therapy center in Union after my dad, and the physical therapy center in Toms River after Ricky Noyox, who is, for all intents and purposes, a brother that passed a couple years ago. That's the one that broke his neck. And so that answers the question. And when you see these kids, let me tell you something. Nikos is a gladiator. You have Colby out there, gladiator. I can name every one of these kids. Gabby. I mean, I don't want to leave anybody out and hurt anybody's feelings. I mean,
Right.
we're watching these kids thrive, and you want to talk about a superstar kid, somebody very well. They're all the same, but now this one's just getting a little older, so now she's shining, and that's Carly. I mean,
Yeah.
Carly just became a physician's assistant. She just passed her exam, and she wants nothing more in life than to give back to these kids, to give back to the parents, to be there. She is a beacon for these children and for these parents. And, that's what Nikos is going to do. That's what Colby's going to do. That's what Gabby is going to do. They're all about giving back and showing love. And that's why Arlene and I do what we do. And that's why my team at Autoland does what they do.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. And also, the fact that we have such amazing leaders in the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. They're now, like, Gabby gives that speech in front of executives, millionaires. Nikos is fearless. Like, the kids are getting not only treatment of their condition. I don't know if do you want to show Mark what you can do?
What?
You want to stand up?
Oh.
Watch this. I don't know if you've seen this yet, Mark.
Oh man, rock and roll, buddy.
This was
rock and roll.
Yeah, when we met your mom and daddy, we didn't think that would ever happen. this gentleman, and Todd.
Cause
did-
I'm Mama.
We got the cage. Remember, we
Yeah,
raised the
dude.
money for the cage, the
spider
spider
cage.
cage.
So that leads me to my next thing. We have a state of the art outpatient center now in your hometown, Toms River, New Jersey. It's
Yep.
there because of the campaign you led. How does that make you feel when you drive past it, knowing how many children in that area, Nico's included, are now getting the care they need?
Honestly, it makes you feel like we need more. Don't get me wrong. Ed McKenna, who was him and I both, as you know, chaired it, and he is another brother with an unquenchable thirst to give back. And our whole foundation, I mean, it was all of us, but of course, it's such a blessing. It's just such a blessing, but it does leave you, Mike, with an unquenchable thirst to continue to do more, similar to what Kayla and Jamie say constantly. Here they are, they just raised their first $1 million. They went over the threshold. And they're
Right.
already, the minute they go over it, the first thing they're saying is, how do we get to 2 million? I mean, come on. That is the type of people we have around us, the Todds, the Jackies, the Dave, the Christina Wests, even if you Colby's parents, Amanda and Colin. I mean, we've got such a good group of people, and we don't look at it as separation between the board and the kids or the board and the parents. I mean, we enjoy one another. We have fun. We go to weddings, birthdays, bar mitzvahs. I mean, Mike, we've sat
Yeah.
together at Gabby's
Oh,
Sweet 16 party.
I have goosebumps.
So
And
Colby, her graduation's coming up. My wife and I will be at that.
To share how awesome of a human being you are, I call you. A lot of us call you the connector in chief, but
I meant Carly, not Colby. I'm sorry.
But Kobe is hilarious. We got to
Colby's-
interview her.
Colby's-
She's coming up next, and I was behind the board producing, not talking. She stops the interview and is like, "How come that man hasn't talked yet?"
Aw. Well, listen, when you speak to her, I'll give you a little hint. When you speak to her, tell her you were just speaking to somebody that bought a couple hundred boxes of Girl Scout cookies that she still has at her house. And I need to understand when I'm getting those cookies, okay?
But I say all that because you are the connector in chief. You bring us all together. Jamie has said it, Todd has said it, we've all said it. You kind of guide us all. You're the most caring person. I'd love to share this story I shared, and I want to share it with the audience. And I know we're at Gabby's Sweet 16, and you look at me and you're like, I wish your feet were bigger. And I was like, why? And you were going to give me your shoes that you had at home. And I was just like, this guy is just that kind of guy. Like, he wants to help people.
You got to add some context. I ruptured my Achilles and I can never wear any of those dress shoes again. So for anybody that's listening out there that needs a size 14 dress shoe, we've got a lot of them.
But it just, that's the thoughtfulness that is Mark Montanaro. And I love it, man. I love, every time I see you, it's incredible. We did our tour a couple weeks ago, and you without asking, or you donated and took us all out afterwards. It was just, you're an amazing dude, and we all are better because of you. Encouragement. What would you tell our listeners that have never ever donated and are watching right now and are on the fence or ignoring us? What would you say to them? Yeah.
It's really simple. Don't wait until you have to. Do not wait until something tragic happens to a neighbor, to your own, to someone. Please clearly understand, these kids, they truly are all of ours. I mean, it takes a whole community. It does take the whole village. And these kids inspire us. We have to show the parents that they're not alone. We have to inspire the parents as well. I want you to think about this for a minute. Do you know how many people are listening right now that this morning they woke up and they thought they were stressed out because they had to work an evening on a nice, maybe because it's 75 and sunny today, or they were stressing over something? I mean, we got to be able to put those little worries aside, and we got to be able to look at the big picture. That's what motivates me every single day. I'm very grateful. I'm very blessed to be able to give back. And selfishly, Michael, I think it's like, look, you know,
Yeah.
you know, you want to give back. It's a gift to be able to give back. It's truly the best gift you could ever have, is to be able to do something. And it doesn't matter how big or small the donation is. I've said this a million times. For those that are listening right now, that maybe you're social media influencers, even if you can't give back right now, why don't you share this link? Share this story with all of your friends and all of your family. It will multiply. Do you realize we have followers of Children's Hospital that have 7 and 8 million followers? 7 and 8 million. Imagine
Yep.
if each of their followers gave $1. I mean,
Yep.
listen, it doesn't matter. So, Michael, I'm sorry to keep talking, but I you know, I wanted it means that much to me.
Yeah, no, Mark, you mean that much to us. And it is contagious. It is something that it is self-rewarding in a lot of ways, but man, you have now created a network of people that have that same philosophy, whether it's, you know, rooted from your family, everybody, like, you know, you guys all have a heart of gold. It's incredible. Mark Montanaro, president of Autoland Toyota, Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram in Springfield. Want to thank your connections with the Springfield police and just the town of the Springfield and how much you mean to that community, as well as Tom's River. Our chairman of the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation Board of Trustees, Mark Montanaro. Brother, I love you. I am so
I
proud
love
to
you, but Mike, you can't hang up on me.
I'm not.
Oh, he hung up first.
He hung up on me.
He hung up on you.
Oh no. I don't just make sure we didn't lose him though. Like maybe you just hit a button, but that is great. That's fantastic. Nikos, what do you think? How funny is that? That's how my daughter does that with her iPad. Like when she's on FaceTime, do you do that? You just hang up, like
Yeah,
don't
so
even
they,
say bye?
They have a game they do now. They're talking to their friends and they'll say, wait, let's see who can hang up first. Click. So they're
You pulled
they
the
don't-
Uno reverse card.
Yes, Uno reverse. Yes, they're doing that too.
You know what I used to do? Nico's like to my dad, I'd be like, hey, hold on 1 second. It's gonna sound like I'm hanging up. And then I'd hang up and then he'd be walking around with his phone. No, we look, we're grooving, we're going. I want to thank Mark mentioned it and I was gonna get to it before he hung up and he's coming back now. Add him back to the stage.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, you
There he
hung,
is.
yo, I was like,
What did you do?
you did it. You're like,
All right,
you can't hang
listen.
up on me.
Listen, I want to just add one thing if I can. First of all,
Yes.
Nikos, we love you. Nicole, you know how we feel. You know how we feel about all you guys. But from my team here at Autoland, listen, from everybody from my executive assistant Tracy Geyer to Joe Katina, Mike Mafucci, both of my vice presidents, right down through my rank and file, we have an unquenchable thirst, and we scratched up a little bit. We want to be able to do a little bit of a match for you today to lift these numbers, and we'd like to commit $10,000.
That's
Wow.
unbelievable.
We have
You
to
are on
get to this.
fire,
We have
dude.
to get to this 50,000.
Yeah, we will. We promise you that. We promise.
No, we
you
have
that.
to. We have to get to
We
the
are.
50. So
Yeah.
use the match the way you see necessary. But please understand, and it sounds like a pitch. It is not. You walk into our showroom, you know, we have more information of Children's Specialized Hospital on the walls than we have information about automobiles. I mean, you come in here, it's like a mini museum. We love to be able to do this. And our team adores the Children's Specialized Hospital, and we're blessed to be able to do it.
It's so awesome. You mentioned him earlier. Ed McKenna. He just texted. He wants to do the same thing you're doing. So you're again networking people, making it contagious. So now we got
listen,
two
Ed
guys
is the
serving.
man. Ed's the man. He's my big brother, my little brother, whatever he wants. But Ed, love you, buddy. If you're on listening right now, we love you. So that's $20,000 you have to get a match out there.
Look at that, my man.
Let's go.
Nikos is on fire. Like I don't think we should. You got to sit here the rest of the day until we're just gonna keep making money. Is that all right?
Nico, so I want to see if I have something on my desk before we go. Mike, give me a minute. I want to see if I
Yep,
can grab something off of my shelf.
So what do you think he's got? I bet you it's your Superman.
Hey, Nikos.
Oh yeah,
Nikos, remember you said, I don't know if I remember March. Well, let me show you something that you gave me, Nikos.
Oh yeah, I know what it is.
Oh,
Superman. Oh, man,
Nikos, Nikos, whenever I'm having a rough day, I look at this and I think of you and everything you do and how hard you work every day and how good of a son you are to your parents and a brother. You are amazing. And like Todd said, we admire you. So don't ever forget how important you are to everybody around you.
Is that mine?
All right.
Say thank you.
you.
Oh, that's awesome.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, we love you, Mark.
Oh.
Thank you for the
Ah.
encouragement. And
Are you kidding me? Arlene says hello. And look, by the way, hey Nikos, look who else is on my desk. See, I keep Jamie here. Look, I got Jamie here every day. He motivates me. We got to put the Eat Clean Bro plug in.
That's right. Eat clean, bro.
Hundreds of meals today. It's insane.
It's unbelievable. So
Yeah.
tell Alyssa I said hello. I don't know if she's in the room with you, but
Yes.
we had a board meeting this morning, and everybody from the board says hello. They're all involved. They're thinking of you every day. If I'm thinking of, and Mike, we are very grateful for iHeart and very grateful for you.
Likewise, brother. Thank you, man. I love you, bro.
Thanks, Mark.
Love you too, man. Bye. Bye.
Oh, it's so amazing.
That was awesome. I was hoping, first off, I can't wait to share how he left the room.
Yes,
because he's like, you can't hang up on me. Like, he hangs up.
Totally.
But second, I'm so happy you came back because I had a feeling he didn't do that on purpose.
Right.
Like, so,
right. Me
yeah.
too. I think we just lost him, right?
Yeah, we just lost him. It's the internet. I do want to, Bryce, we're cooking, man. That was a $20,000 match between Ed McKenna and Mark Montanaro.
That's incredible.
That's insane. For people that don't know, I mentioned it earlier. Bryce is my producer for the day. He's got a pretty good following, and what Mark said is something that a lot of people should be doing, especially the younger audience that maybe they don't have the financial money, but they do have the followers, right? So $1 from everybody that's in your ecosystem would be incredible, Bryce. So take Mark's advice and go out and get us some new blood, some new donations.
Absolutely. That's
All right.
part of what we do as a community. Just trying to get better.
Bryce is a collegiate hockey player, right?
Yep.
In Tampa.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at me. It's like I did
That's
my homework.
great.
You knew right away.
His mom
great.
and dad created a sponge that we're all probably familiar with. It's got a little smiley face on it.
Is it Scrub Daddy?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, we love those. That's what we use at home, right?
And Steph,
let's go.
Your mom, Steph, was actually the first person from your family to be on a Podathon with us. Fun fact.
Yeah, I remember that. That was awesome.
Yeah. So you got some big shoes to fill. So start sharing and get us some
absolutely.
donations.
That's
All right.
one of my goals today.
Mark, did you have something else you wanted to add in, brother?
No. It kept getting disconnected. I just, I heard you talking like, oh, Mark fell off again. So no, I'm fine.
No, we're the first time you did it, we were saying that it seemed like you purposely hung up on us, which was hilarious.
No.
So Nico said he does that with his friends, right? You got no, you don't do that on the tablet. You quickly hang up.
Yeah, he does.
But yeah, man. Coming up, we have some awesome videos. Colby's gonna join the program. Nicole, I'd still, if you're sticking around, I'd still love to ask you some more questions, and then we could roll into that. And Mark, if you're with us, man, I just want to now kind of get Nicole's story and Nico's. If you do want to go hang out with your brothers, you can, but it's up to you. Yeah, I
Nikos, go hang out. I have to run, Mike.
Okay, brother. Thank you, man. We love you.
Bye.
Thanks, Mark.
That's awesome. Well, I could talk to Mark
I
for the rest
love
of my
Mark.
life,
Oh,
man.
me too.
I've tried so
Hours.
hard to figure out a way we could do a podcast from Autoland and
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, like
That'd
he
be
wanted.
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he would have such great guests. I mean, he is the connector of all of us, like
Yeah, I agree.
everybody. You
He
know,
really
the
is.
first from the first Pong event that everybody got connected from, he was the guy that funded it for
Yeah,
us and was the marquee sponsor too. Also, awesome interview. Just an awesome person, and
He really,
yeah,
he's just all around, you know?
yeah,
Really just such a good
yeah.
good
And
human.
he's so modest too. Like it's
Oh, yeah, he
hilarious.
doesn't want the credit.
No,
you know?
he
He wants to give it
doesn't.
to everybody
He doesn't.
else. Yep.
You know, I was in an event. He's gonna kill me for sharing this. He donated like 10 grand for like Yankees tickets, and he
Oh.
hands them to the parents and say,
So
"Go take
sweet.
either you guys go on a date or take the kids." It's just a
Well,
good
he's
dude like
just
that.
so giving,
Yeah,
so
it's
giving,
it's
you know?
incredible.
Nice.
Really
Nic-
sweet.
Nicole, your family's awesome. I got to spend last year with you live at the iHeart Studios.
Yeah, that was
You know,
fun. That was a
Nico's
fun
and
day.
Buster are frenemies.
Oh, he frenemies. Yeah.
You won't forget Buster,
No,
which
I
is
won't.
hilarious. But you know, your family has just been awesome. Like we're talking to Todd. You know, Nico's was a baby, like, and now he's grown up with a personality,
With an attitude.
Yeah, yeah,
He's got a little spunk.
fearless. Like, okay, that's your answer.
Yep.
What was your most memorable home run? Okay.
Okay. After all that, Todd
He's
goes
like-
through the whole thing. Okay. That's all.
But you know, what does it mean to you? Also, like, you know, big brother, little brother, be experiencing this. Like, what are their feelings towards
Yeah,
the
you know,
hospital?
they're so supportive. Armand is just always ready to get up and go, and whatever we're doing, he's like, I'm ready to go support my brother today. You know, Theo, same thing. I think they're used to it. This is what they're gonna do. And we have taught them from an early age. You know, we're family. We stick together. We support each other. Whether it's something we don't want to do for the day, we have to get up, and we're not doing it for us.
Right.
We're doing it for the kids.
The-
You know, it's about the kids.
Yeah, my favorite memory of your family was the check presentation for the spider cage.
Uh-huh.
And Nico's just playing basketball, like in that room against Blake,
Yeah,
against
yeah,
like,
Blake, that's
yeah,
right. Yeah.
and he's crushing it.
Yeah.
And like, you know, his upper body strength was insane.
Oh.
You know,
It's serious.
Yeah, back then he was talking about wrestling. Is that something that?
Yeah, so actually my brother got him started with a team, and he did start wrestling, and he loves it because, I mean, the kid, his upper body strength is
Yeah.
serious. You know, I mean,
Right.
even he tries to go hug my 2-year-old, and I'm like, okay, you have to be careful. Just, he doesn't realize it. He's like, we call him the Hulk sometimes because he touches things and they just break, you know, but loves wrestling, really took to that. And the wheelchair basketball, he's really doing well with that team. So
That's
it's
awesome.
really a blessing. Yeah. Yeah.
So unfortunately, your story is even more unique because you not only were served the news about Nico's condition, you actually were served it before Nico's was born. So he's inside you, you're growing. How did that like? Take us through that if you don't mind. Like,
Yeah, that was a pretty painful moment in my life. Never did I expect to get that kind of news. So it took a little bit to process. Lots of tears, lots of moments of why is this happening? You know, you're always thinking about yourself, right? Why is this happening to me?
Right.
How did this happen? Did I do something wrong? I thought I ate great. I thought I did all the things. But you know, when you have your family rallying with you and hugging you and loving you and just telling you it's going to be okay. It's in those moments that, you know, I'm not alone.
Right.
You know, I have family. Our church is truly amazing. We've had hundreds and hundreds of people from our church that were praying every single moment that they could get the chance.
That's incredible.
And anytime we'd say, how's it going? What's the update? What can we do?
Right.
What can we be praying for? And I just think that it gives you the strength to keep going.
Yeah.
And we do. We're strong in our faith. We pray a lot. So that does help because, you know, I do truly feel that God has a plan. And
Yeah.
even when we can't understand it, it's changes from why is this happening to me to then he has a purpose in this.
Right.
So that whole pain into purpose. Okay, this was painful. It's going to be painful, but God has a reason that this is happening. And I see it now as I couldn't see it then, where it was like, I'm having this child. I don't know what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
And what am I going to do with this? But now to see that he's 7, he is such a light when he talks to certain people, his karate instructor, people at school, actually his principal at school one day, I said, I'm so grateful that we're at this Christian school. These kids are walking by him. They're high-fiving him. It makes him feel so loved. So I just, and they're not like, he's the only one in our school that has special needs. So they could just be whatever way they want, but they're so loving. And, she looked at me and she said, no, it's the other way around.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So
Yeah.
he is being a light for them. He's showing them what it's like. So we just have really, like Mark said, I had to echo that when he said that. It takes a village.
Yeah.
Truly
Amen.
takes family, church family, school, people like you guys, down the line. But in that beginning, I have to say I was paralyzed at the age 3. I had Guillain-Barré syndrome, and the doctor at the time saved my life.
Oh my God.
And I actually reached out to him when I was pregnant. I said, listen, I know that you've been around kids in hospitals for a really long time. He's a doctor up in New York.
Yeah.
And this is a situation. I'm pregnant, a baby with spina bifida. Is this genetic? What did I do wrong? What can I do? And he gave me some words of advice that I'll never forget. And I didn't think this would come from a doctor, but he said to me, this is what I want you to do. Pregnancies don't come around often.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to stop worrying. Enjoy your pregnancy, have the baby. And when the baby comes out, then you deal with whatever's, because we still don't know.
Right.
It's like they could do all the tests, but
Yeah.
you don't really know until the baby comes out. So deal with it then. And I just had some peace in that.
Right.
Of like, okay, I'm just going to enjoy my pregnancy.
sound.
So
Yeah.
that moment
Right.
really was a pivotal moment of like, okay, stop with all the what ifs and how am I going to even do this? How am I going to
Right.
get the strength to, I'm pregnant. I'm going to enjoy this pregnancy.
Yeah.
He's my baby in there. I love him. And I'm going to do anything I can in my power to just help him. And at that point, things started to change. I'm like,
Right.
okay, we'll deal with this. We got this. So it's almost like you have some time to process what you've been told.
Amen.
Not
No.
like, okay, here's your kid. This is what he has. Go ahead, deal with it.
Yeah.
You have a little bit of time now to kind of process.
Because as a dad, like pregnancy is stressful enough on the mother.
Yeah.
Like, we have the easy job.
Yeah,
we just sit on that uncomfortable couch for a night. And it is uncomfortable. But,
It is.
there was a moment my daughter's head was in the 110 percentile.
Yeah.
So she didn't come out. They had to use like the plunger.
Yes.
And it was like
Yep.
the 3rd time. And they're like, we can only use it one more time.
And
then
then C-section.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that was
Stressful.
Mid labor, she looks at me and asks me if I was okay, and I'm like, I was like, is this a trick question? But
Am I supposed to just say yes? No,
Um,
but husbands play a really vital role in that too, because you're there to support.
Yeah.
And you guys are having emotions and feelings also, and that's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But like as men, it's like, what am I supposed to do
No,
right now? Should I
I'm
be
so
sad
scared,
or
yeah.
scared? Yeah. But
Like,
no,
yeah.
you guys, yeah.
It's- yeah.
Husbands have a tough role.
No.
Really. Really.
I appreciate that. So I know we talked about it with Mark. Nikos is standing. Anything else that has recently just surprised you that your son has accomplished?
Yeah, I mean, that standing that day, we weren't trying to do anything. We were getting ready to just leave to go to school.
Right.
And I was in the kitchen. I'm rushing around. I got the 2-year-old, my 9-year-old, and I walk over and I see Nikos holding onto the couch, but all of a sudden he lets go and he's just standing there. And I'm like, I almost felt like I was in a dream because I'm looking at
Right.
him. Nobody's talking. It was kind of quiet moment. And I'm like, Nikos. And he blurts out, and I took a video of it. He goes, I'm standing. And just hearing him say that, I could cry because we've been through so much therapy, so many, cries and upset nights, and him asking me questions of why am I like this? And why can't I walk? Why can't I stand? It's harder for Nikos because Nikos is very athletic in his mind. He wants to do all the sports. He wants to play. He wants to get involved. So for him to watch is really hard. So to see him stand that day was like a miracle. It was
Mhm.
truly a miracle from God. And we pray all the time that we tell him, we speak life into him. You're going to walk, you're going to walk, you're going
Wow.
to stand, you're going to walk. So we try to just keep that positive attitude of,
Yeah.
we're not going to play pity party. We don't do that. We're poor me.
Yeah.
I can't do this. We're just going to speak life. And even if you don't, it's okay. But seeing him stand that day, that is because of the hospital.
Mm.
They have truly made it personal.
Yeah.
It's not a job to them. It's not, I'm going to show up 9 to 5, do what I have to do and move on. They make it personal.
Love it.
They love on Nikos. They have personalized walkers and bicycles, and they would be sitting there thinking, okay, you know what? Last night I was home and I was thinking when I was trying to get ready for bed, what I can do for Nikos tomorrow in his therapy session. And then boom, she'd have some kind of awesome thing that he can do, whether it was like sports related or a bike that had all superheroes on the
Yeah.
handles. So, they really just take their time and they want to see these kids reach their full potential.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Your family's amazing. I'm so
Aw,
happy
thank
to
you,
be a
Mike.
part of
We
it.
love you all.
We love you.
You all
Like,
play such a big part in our life.
I always tell people, like, look, I wish I had money like that I could just give, right? But there's different ways you can do
No,
it.
there is different ways you can give.
And and I'm proud to find a way I can. So
Yeah, and
I
you do.
appreciate
I
you.
mean, you're always so welcoming and love you. Just again, you also make it personal when you see Nikos.
Yeah,
Pound, give him
it's
pound.
awesome.
What's up, dude? The sneakers, right? My son loves your sneakers. Anything to get on these kids' level, right?
Yeah.
You just want to get on their level and meet
It
them
is
where
fun.
they are.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, so much.
We're gonna take a quick break. During that break, you're gonna hear from. We're gonna take it back to the iHeart Studios with Lorraine Colby and her entire family.
Love you, Colby.
Yeah, we love you, and thank you, Nicole, for joining
Aw,
me.
thank you,
Mark Montanaro, Ed McKenna with the $10,000 match.
Yes, thank
Mark
you,
Montanaro
Ed.
with the
Thank you, Mark.
$10,000 match, and everybody out there that's already donating. Thank you, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, when I find out about John's diagnosis, I have to put on myself to accept the way he is and give what I can to like love and care for him. Because, you know, as a father of my first boy, I was like a lot of expectation, like he's gonna play with me, I'm gonna go to a soccer game with him, but that was not the case. But yeah, when I find out about John's diagnosis, I have to put on myself to accept the way he is and give what I can to like love and care for him. Because, you know, as a father of my first boy, I was like a lot of expectation, like he's gonna play with me, I'm gonna go to a soccer game with him, but that was not the case. But he teach me how to do things with him.
When I was pregnant, there were no signs of anything. We had a very healthy, normal pregnancy. Even through all the prenatal testing that we did, there was no telling what was to come. When John Ryan was about 4 months old, we had seen a repetitive pattern along with his pediatrician of him not lifting up his head, not making a lot of movements with his body. And he was diagnosed with hypotonia, which is low muscle tone, hydrocephalus. So from there, that's when we began our journey. John Ryan began here at Children's at exactly 6 months old. He took physical therapy and occupational therapy. About a year after that, his neurologist here at Children's had requested genetic testing, and we found out that he had a rare genetic disorder called GATA-D2B. At that time, we were 1 in 250 families around the world who had been diagnosed with that. We had a lot of questions and very little answers. It is lifelong. There is no cure. So initially, he couldn't hold up his head. He couldn't sit up. We didn't know if he was going to have the ability to walk. And the other hurdle that was probably our long-term hurdle was going to be speech. We didn't know what his speech was going to look like. So we've watched in the last 5 years him gain an independence that we didn't imagine would be possible.
I always say he doesn't speak, but with his eyes, he says everything. He directs me to do things that he wants me to do, like way we play together, and like with music and dance, he knows like, oh, it's my dad time. So he directs me to follow his directions without any words.
A lot of people asking me, you know, how do you do it? You make it look so easy. You make parenting John Ryan look so easy. And I'm like, you don't understand the amount of support and the team I have at Children's. And I don't say that lightly. I really, really mean that. I would not be able to do this had it not been the support of our hospital. When I think about John Ryan's future, I think the main concern as a caregiver is what happens when I'm not here. Those questions are probably the scariest. So the way we can tackle that now is be able to give him the right treatments and therapies and be able to put him in the right places where he's gonna know as much as independence as possible. I think it's important that donors know that they have such power in helping our children and making a difference. We need these professionals, we need this system, we need the Children's Specialized team to be able to navigate through.
Yeah, when I find out about John's diagnosis, I have to put on myself to accept the way he is and give what I can to like love for him. Because, you know, as a father of my first boy, I was like a lot of expectation, like he's gonna play with me. I'm gonna go to a soccer game with him, but that was not the case. But he teach me how to do things with him.
When I was pregnant, there were no signs of anything. We had a very healthy, normal pregnancy. Even through all the prenatal testing that we did, there was no telling what was to come. When John Ryan was about 4 months old, we had seen a repetitive pattern along with his pediatrician of him not lifting up his head, not making a lot of movements with his body. And he was diagnosed with hypotonia, which is low muscle tone, hydrocephalus. So from there, that's when we began our journey. John Ryan began here at Children's at exactly 6 months old. He took physical therapy and occupational therapy. About a year after that, his neurologist here at Children's had requested genetic testing, and we found out that he had a rare genetic disorder called GATA-D2B. At that time, we were 1 in 250 families around the world who had been diagnosed with that. We had a lot of questions and very little answers. It is lifelong. There is no cure. So initially, he couldn't hold up his head. He couldn't sit up. We didn't know if he was going to have the ability to walk. And the other hurdle that was probably our long-term hurdle was going to be speech. We didn't know what his speech was going to look like. So we've watched in the last 5 years him gain an independence that we didn't imagine would be possible.
I always say he doesn't speak, but with his eyes, he says everything. He directs me to do things that he wants me to do, like way we play together, and like with music and dance, he knows like, oh, it's my dad time. So he directs me to follow his directions without any words.
A lot of people asking me, how do you do it? You make it look so easy. You make parenting John Ryan look so easy. And I'm like, you don't understand the amount of support and the team I have at Children's. And I don't say that lightly. I really, really mean that. I would not be able to do this had it not been the support of our hospital. When I think about John Ryan's future, I think the main concern as a caregiver is what happens when I'm not here. Those questions are probably the scariest. So the way we can tackle that now is be able to give him the right treatments and therapies and be able to put him in the right places where he's gonna know as much as independence as possible. I think it's important that donors know that they have such power in helping our children and making a difference. We need these professionals, we need this system, we need the Children's Specialized team to be able to navigate through.
Yeah, when I find out about John's diagnosis, I have to put on myself to accept the way he is and give what I can to like love and care for him. Because as a father of my first boy, I was like a lot of expectation, like he's gonna play with me, I'm gonna go to a soccer game with him, but that was not the case. But he teach me how to do things with him.
When I was pregnant, there were no signs of anything. We had a very healthy, normal pregnancy. Even through all the prenatal testing that we did, there was no telling what was to come. When John Ryan was about 4 months old, we had seen a repetitive pattern along with his pediatrician of him not lifting up his head, not making a lot of movements with his body. And he was diagnosed with hypotonia, which is low muscle tone, hydrocephalus. So from there, that's when we began our journey. John Ryan began here at Children's at exactly 6 months old. He took physical therapy and occupational therapy. About a year after that, his neurologist here at Children's had requested genetic testing, and we found out that he had a rare genetic disorder called GATA-D2B. At that time, we were 1 in 250 families around the world who had been diagnosed with that. We had a lot of questions and very little answers. It is lifelong. There is no cure. So initially, he couldn't hold up his head. He couldn't sit up. We didn't know if he was going to have the ability to walk. And the other hurdle that was probably our long-term hurdle was going to be speech. We didn't know.
So that won't work then.
No, but we're good.
We're good.
If you want to put your headset on for me, awesome. Yeah. Melissa, just move your microphone a little closer to you, like, or yeah. If you take the whole base. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. All right. We're back. We called an audible. We'll get to Kobe's video next, but we just shared the amazing John Ryan story. The whole family. That was cool.
Yeah.
You were talking, the Costco thing. I love that. Like,
Yeah.
and you're getting calls about like
Our
being
family loves it.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And I was like, hey, but Ty, one of the Give Us a Shot Network producers who helped produce the video that our audience just saw, he texted me saying he saw it.
Yeah,
Saw the
he's
Costco.
incredible. It was an incredible day to record that, but it's pretty cool hearing
Mhm.
from different Costco's, different locations, and our family's like, you're in Clifton, now you're in Bridgewater, now you're in Plainfield. Like, it's a pretty cool experience.
And Alyssa Mimiles joined me again after taking a little bit of break to go do work. Right. So, we were just talking to Mark Montanaro, and, he mentioned how much you do and give to us. And so he was excited. And Mark donated $10,000 in a match. So did Ed McKenna. So these are leaders that, look up and work with you day to day, but also like are generous. So how does that make you feel?
I think what I find really amazing, we have amazing board of trustees, first of all, and secondly, if you look at the composition of our board, a lot of these people come to us just doing good to take care of other people's children, where sometimes you look at other organizations and there's something that connects them there personally.
Right.
These are a group of individuals, professional executives that give a lot of time, money, and energy because they think it's just the right thing to take care of these kids. And that's what I find about this board is unique to other boards that I've been involved with. So they're just amazing. And every day they're like, what else can I do? Like you heard from Todd
Mhm.
and others. So
I'm
again, lucky,
Yeah,
fortunate.
it's cool, but it's like rewarding too. And like, even just to highlight our kids and the people that give back and contribute in all different ways. Like everybody has a different way of doing it. I always think about Jamie and Kayla. They put the fun in fundraising, right? Like their events are insane. Like, Bro Mountain's like a week away, I believe, right?
This Saturday,
Yeah.
I'll be there with my buddy Nikos again. I think when you look at that too, I know Ed and Mark made a significant contribution today, but and I know you've seen this firsthand, Mark and Ed and our other board members get really involved in knowing the kids.
Yeah.
Our CMN, ambassadors for the year. I know Gabby always
Right.
looks for both of them at our events. They really get involved with the families and take stakes. So it's not just sitting on a board. It's not just writing a check. They want to know how you're doing,
Yeah.
how your child's doing, and how they can help make life better.
I mean, we talked about being at some of the kids' birthday parties, major life events,
Right,
stuff like that. And, he's front and center, and he generally cares, and he wants to give back, and he wants to make sure that they're on a path. And I think that's the one thing that I find really, really cool about the Children's Hospital is like Nikos has, first off, I think he'd have this swagger regardless, but he's not afraid of anything. Like, he's not afraid of anything.
No,
And
fearless.
and a lot of the kids learn public speaking, Gabby, stuff like that. But John Ryan's story is one that I love producing the videos, but it gets me because you are an amazing mom.
Thank you.
And you just care so much. Emmy, when you were facing a diagnosis for your son that almost nobody knew about, I can't imagine what it was like. How did you get through it in those early days?
Well, as you can imagine, it was probably one of the scariest moments, right? We got this diagnosis that at the time we saw that there was only 250 families around the world who had it. So, and really no other answer. And really no other answer to that.
Could come up. This
Yeah.
is his day.
Yeah.
John.
Oh, buddy. Oh.
Yeah, babe, you're okay. Mommy's here.
I'm here. It's okay.
Get a little napkin.
He missed his mommy. Yeah.
Mommy's here now.
I'm here. Do we have milk?
No?
Yeah.
You
If
hungry?
we put milk in his bottle, that's
Mother knows
Oh,
best.
yeah.
It's
You are, Mom.
incredible.
You want your
Uh,
bottle? It could be cold milk. Yeah, we like milk of all kinds.
And it
Thank
takes a
you.
village. We talked about it. Look, this is
this is
behind
it.
the scenes.
This
There's
is-
dozens of people.
But you know what? That's
but a
exactly
mother,
it.
You can't beat a mom though. Like you
He's like,
can't.
"Mom,
Look at
what is
that.
this? What's going on?
Say
What are
hi.
you doing?
Aw.
But that's exactly you want to see. That's exactly what Children's does for us. They
Yeah.
are our team. They literally are my village
Yeah.
and my community. So it's been pretty cool to be part of all of this. But when we first got his diagnosis, it really was scary. The unknown was overwhelming too. And so as any parent would, like, I obviously had all these different fears. I imagined all these different cases, all these worst case scenarios. And what was relieving is I actually had an appointment with our PT the next day, and they turned over to me, and their words were the most comforting thing. Like, they were like, "We don't know this either. We can tell we know the symptoms." So they knew that he had low muscle tone. We're going to figure this out with you. We're not going to leave you alone.
Right.
We're going to stand by your side. You have nothing to worry about here. You have family and you have support. And that's always been like my key thing with Children's. It's why I do advocate here, why I'm so willing to participate in all the children's things, because this is my family. This is my village.
Amen. Yeah, it's incredible. And I remember one time I was talking to you, and I asked, like, if we were to walk past each other in a grocery store, you wouldn't know how I contribute, but I also wouldn't know how my contributions changed your life,
Right.
because you don't wear it on. Like, it's not like you're just such a strong person. You don't even realize what people are going through.
Right.
And like, it's so awesome to see somebody that's not only willing to share their story, but that's so awesome. That's so awesome.
Here we go.
Alyssa, you got anything to add? Or obviously we kind of.
I mean, there's nothing like a mom, right?
It's incredible.
He
like,
was
I'm
hanging out
speechless.
with everybody for.
He had a
Yeah.
group. He had a
Yeah.
team.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want mom.
Yeah. But this is normal part of parenting. I know we all have
Amen.
kids, right?
Yeah.
So how is John Ryan doing today?
John Ryan is doing so well today. I was telling Alyssa earlier, like I saw him come up from the floor and using his core, using his legs like he hasn't done before. I see him just progressing in just different ways. We did an incredible intensive with children's last summer, and the overall effects of the weeks after were just so good. Like he was just his strength and just his vestibular, his sensory, all of that. They just tackled all of that in this like 1 month intensive that he did. And again, it's those programs have really helped him become stronger, become more independent, and that really helps us all as a family. And it's really good because now he walks outside of our, from to our backyard by himself. He's able to go upstairs, come down, and he remembers to sit to come down the stairs if if he feels insecure. He doesn't just like let go.
That's
And
awesome.
all those things were because of the therapies we've done and the work that we've been doing here.
It's incredible.
So, I know you touched a little bit on how Children's Hospital is playing a role with his growth and development. But for you and your entire family, what has Children's meant to you? I know you had an exciting week last week that Dr. McDonald connected you to. So can you tell us a little bit how it's really helped with your entire family?
Yeah, that was an amazing experience. So we were able to see the Brazilian soccer team practice at the RWJ Red Bulls performance
That's
center, which
awesome.
was a dream come true. We're originally from Brazil. I came here as a child, but when the World Cup comes, I am 100% Brazilian. Sorry.
I love it. I love it.
It's in our blood. It's
You
just kind
got
of
it.
like
You
it's
got
part
it.
of the DNA. And so John Ryan was able to enjoy that, and the team here like lined it up so that we could see them, and they invited us over. A very, very nice event. Everyone there was incredible. We met some incredible people there. And that's what our village here does. They not only help us through like some hard moments, but they always remember us even in those moments. They're like, they would like to do this, like this would bring, they the good thing about being in this organization is just they don't think about the child as a patient. They think about the child as a whole along with their family.
Love it. So
And that's something I don't think I've ever felt that anywhere.
Right.
And when I speak to other friends, I've luckily through advocating, I've met a wonderful community of different advocates and different families that are going through similar things. And they always say like, you guys get, this really different treatment. And, one time I said that I was like, sometimes I feel like it's not the norm. And I remember one of our employees, or the employees that worked here, she was like, this should be the norm.
Yeah.
And it actually, there was even a funnier thing. A few weeks back, we had a conference and we were talking about the different special moments we've had at Children's and at RWJ and all that. And all of a sudden, all the caregivers were like, wait, you get special treatment too? You too? And it's like, so this is the normal
This is
here.
normal,
Like
yeah.
getting this, and it's not special treatment. It is the normal.
No.
The staff, the therapists, the specialists, they all recognize us as humans and families
Yeah.
and not just numbers. And that's incredible.
Wow, that's so awesome. We touched on it with the Costco, obviously the experience that you had with the Team Brazil. John Ryan is the New Jersey Children's Miracle Network champion this year.
Yes.
How's that been going? How you doing?
That's amazing. It's been
Yeah.
an incredible experience. We've been able to get to meet some really cool people. What I think, as much as we get to do really cool experiences, one of the most impactful things we've been doing is meeting donors and meeting them face to face,
Love it.
and the kindness that they give, and they truly have their full heart in it. And we are so grateful. It's not like it's just, go to these events and do these things. No, it's kind of like we connect.
Right.
And a bridge is built between the families that are benefiting with, everyone else who really has their heart in this. So that's been like the coolest experience.
It's amazing. Awesome.
So, Emmy, what would you say to all those parents listening today that might be facing a unique situation or finding things a little bit difficult right now?
Grace. Give yourself grace.
That's great.
Every step of the way, give yourself a lot of grace. This is a really hard journey to navigate, and you can't do it wrong. As long as you're doing your best, give yourself grace. You're gonna figure it out. That's been the biggest thing for me. I think I was always like, "Hi, you." I think I was always big on like, listen, you are also navigating all of this for the first time, So it's so it's important to definitely give yourself grace. Oh, John.
I love it. I love it. Obviously you shared your story. We shared the story of John Ryan and the entire family. Somebody who's watching this for the first time, what does the generosity mean for kids like John Ryan and the families like yours?
Yeah. Children's Specialized has incredible programs and things that they do for our families that especially for the patients that really help them become independent, have access to so many different things that really help benefit them. This is motherhood, guys.
I know.
Just
I love it.
wiggling my little alligator here. I always say, John is a go.
Alligator is a great.
This
like
is
it
one
is
of the
like,
benefits of therapy is that he learns how to get out of my lap,
I
and he's
love
like, "I'm
it.
ready to go
Yeah.
do something else."
He's got a lot of strength. Like
He does.
from
Oh,
it.
yes.
I saw you guys like 6 months ago, and
Yeah.
it's like he's a little man.
Yeah,
Oh,
I always say I'm wrestling a little alligator who's ready to go. Do you want to
Love it.
walk? You gonna hang out there? All right, you can hang out there. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mike.
No, you're good.
I got a little distracted with this one.
Motivating viewers out there that aren't familiar with the Children's Hospital and what it means to your family and really why they should donate and join our awesome family.
Oh my goodness. Because we're incredible.
Yeah.
This group of people is incredible, and the incredible things that they do for their patients, for their families. Just the one thing that I think when you're donating is know that you're not just giving money to just any organization. You're impacting families who are benefiting from various different activities, their therapies and programs that you wouldn't get anywhere else. That your money that you give is the bigger picture of this. It really makes life happen for all of us that are just, again, experiencing, navigating, caregiving all through the first time.
Love it. Love it. You're incredible. Your whole family's incredible.
Thank you so much.
Thank
guys
you for
are.
sharing your
Thank you.
stories. And it's so much fun to watch. Everybody out there, if you can't get touched by what you just watched of Rockstar Mom in action, like that's
Literally.
the best thing you could ever see. Also, like I said, John Ryan has incredible strength now that he didn't have. The last time I saw him, he's walking around, he's belly full of milk, and he's ready to go have some more fun. We're going to continue having fun. Again, I want to thank some of our sponsors, Clean Bro, Panda Express. I saw John Ryan with the little panda ears, and Dunkin' Donuts. Wild Fork coming through with the $2,000 donation. Dr. Kelly Hodges with the $2,500 donation. Autoland, Mark Montanaro, incredible. We are going to kick it to the iHeart Studios. Colby is there with Lorraine, and I've been teasing this for the last 2 hours, but we're actually going to play that one. So, this has been awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys for having
us.
us.
We'll be right back. We are live at the Children's Specialized Hospital for I Love CSH Day. And if you don't know what that is, go to ilovecsh.org, tongue twister. We never make it easy. Like it's so hard. It's so hard. A lot of our outtakes is just getting that right, but it's worth it when you get there. And it's easier to see in print than say it. But in all seriousness, please donate. Every dollar matters. We're on a mission to raise $50,000. Every dollar goes to this amazing families who need it, hospital that needs it. Alyssa and her team make sure that every dollar that gets brought into the foundation has a sole purpose, and they stretch that out. So I want to thank everybody so far that's tuned in, who's donated. Bryce, we do have a new list. I don't know if you want to share the first 3 or 4 Obviously, we know Ed McKenna. But if Bryce wants to help out real quick, that'd be great.
Yep, we got a new list of donors. Shout out to Kristen. Shout out to Scott, George, Lars, Andrea, Julie, Pearl, Ed, Dr. Kelly, Angela, Mark, and Barbara. Thank you guys so much for your donations and generous support. We appreciate everything you guys. Everything
Good job,
matters.
Bryce.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
And hopefully during your lunch break, you posted on your socials.
Yes, I'm absolutely getting.
And we encourage other
updates.
people to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Mark was right. We got all these influencers that have millions of views. If everybody's got $1 from every view, that'd be incredible.
Yep.
So thank you, everybody. We'll be right back. Cool. Yeah.
Colby and her twin brother, Bennett, were born at 23 weeks and 5 days. So I was basically half pregnant. Colby was 1 pound, 2 ounces. Colby and her twin brother, Bennett, were born at 23 weeks and 5 days. So I was basically half pregnant. Colby was 1 pound, 2 ounces, and Bennett was 1.4. And I was just a whirlwind. We were in the NICU with Colby for 153 days. We lost Bennett about 2 days after they were born to respiratory issues, everything that comes with such a premature baby. And Colby kept fighting. We always say that her brother gave her the strength to keep going. She had breathing tubes. She had tubes in her lungs, down her throat, beeps and buzzers, and everything you can imagine that you just, again, don't picture your baby wearing. 2 weeks in, she had her bilateral brain bleed and started to develop hydrocephalus. So we're watching her head get bigger because it's filling with fluid, and she, needed a shunt and a reservoir and all these procedures and surgeries. So in those 153 days, she had 6 brain surgeries and eye surgery as well. Nobody really would say that she had cerebral palsy. It was after seeing a physiatrist at Children's Specialized that the diagnosis was given. For us as parents, as a mom, knowing how many kids they've seen and how many kids they've helped and how many other children have had this same diagnosis and they've pushed so far and allowed them to be exactly who they're meant to be. They never put a limit on Colby. Colby is silly and outgoing. She has a mind of her own, and she's everybody's best friend. She's everybody's motivator. She's ready to go, willing to do whatever, brings people out of their shell. She likes to have dance parties in the kitchen. We love to take walks outside together and play with her sister. She loves to play and be silly with her sister.
I just unplug my daddy and I love you, Dad.
I love you too. Hopefully Colby's able to motivate other families and parents and kids to, push through what, boundaries or expectations may be put on them. Because Colby's overcome so much, and I'm incredibly proud of what she's done and is going to, I'm sure, continue to do.
Children's Specialized has taught us that the possibilities are endless. They're going to continue to open doors for her and for us and just keep her being Colby.
Colby entered the world fighting for her life and spent 153. I'm Lorraine Ballard-Marl. Thank you so much for joining us for this special Podathon benefiting Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. As part of the Specialized Foundation Podathon, we're sharing stories of resilience, of healing, of hope for families whose lives have been transformed by the care they received at Children's Specialized Hospital. Today, we are very fortunate to be joined by Amanda and Colin and their daughter, Colby Dubrower. Colby entered the world fighting for her life and spent 153 days in the NICU before beginning the next chapter of her journey. With the support of her family and the specialized care team that Children's Specialized Hospital provided, Colby has continued to achieve amazing milestones and inspire everybody around her. So thank you all for joining us here today. I'm going to start with you, Amanda. I had a chance to see a special video that was created to tell Colby's story. And first of all, she was so tiny. She was so tiny. She was spent 150 days, 3 days in the NICU. And at that point, I'm sure it was one of parents' worst nightmares, right? Is knowing that your child needed a lot of help. How did you find the strength to get through those early days?
When you are in those times, I think you don't even know where the strength comes from a lot of the time. I know we started out, even before the babies were born, I was on bed rest for probably about a week or so. And the doctor said, "Hey, we want to give you a tour of the NICU. We want to show you what this could look like." And I don't think we took that tour. It was something that I didn't want someone to put a box on our life and
Right.
our baby. And when we were there, at 23 weeks, Colby came into this world fighting, fighting, fighting. You just kind of sit back and watch at first, and it's overwhelming. It's overstimulating. There are a million doctors and nurses and wires and things you just never imagine your little baby having to fight through. But we found the strength in each other. The nurses, the care team, they were our guiding light. And you start to learn, you start to pick up on what your baby knows and what's the habits of your child. And then eventually you become the advocate instead of the watcher. So yeah, it's a journey. The 153 days, whether it's 2 days in the NICU or those 5 months, it's something that requires strength that you just don't even know you have. It's just buried deep down in you somewhere. And I guess you just find it.
Colin, I've seen video of you holding little Colby. I mean, she could have fit in two hands. She was a pound. Is that how much she weighed when she was born? So after all those days at the NICU, what were some points in which you started to have some hope that this is going to be okay?
Yeah, I think, Colby went through a number of surgeries very early in her life. And I think once we started to see how resilient and how strong she was coming out of just the first couple of those surgeries, I think we knew we were going to be okay. We were always going to be there for her. We were going to do whatever it took to make sure that she was going to have, the life that she deserved. And I think at that point it was kind of where we're like, okay, we're gonna, this is gonna be okay. We're gonna figure this out.
Yeah. Well, Colin and Amanda, you're both fighters, as Colby is a fighter for sure. And I wonder if you can talk about some of the milestones that you experienced that said, okay, she goes from being, full of wires and beeps and all these different mechanical things. And then, there comes a time when you think, okay, there's something next. There's a next step there. She's going to get better because there's help there. There are people who care, and there's the facilities and the technology to help.
Yeah. So while in the NICU, and now in real life too, but this NICU set us up for milestones just being different. We celebrated, there's little cards that we found that celebrated her going from being intubated to being on a cannula to breathing on her own. Like, have you ever thought of celebrating your child breathing on their own? Like, what a bizarre concept. And we take those milestones and that care team, and then it becomes what you rely on. I feel like we have seen her fight, and sorry, I'm like veering from the question. Could you remind me of?
Well, just what was it that that really gave you hope in
So,
this
okay,
whole
so
in,
yeah,
in this
so that
struggle as you advocated so powerfully for your
right. And
girl?
so like knowing that we saw these nurses, these doctors help her fight, we found another care team that would help us do that too. It's hard to know what's coming and milestones that are based on time. At 6 months they do this, at a year they do this. That doesn't exist for us. And finding out that that's okay, having a team of people that turn to you and say, "Hey, it's going to happen when she wants it to happen, and you have to be ready for that." And that changed our whole mindset. But we were led by just such a wonderful group to that peace within ourselves. That's where we got that hope from.
I think we started to build relationships with the nurses, with some of the doctors there that, we were there so often. I mean, every single day,
Mhm.
at least one, if not both of us were there, that you inevitably start to build relationships with people that are taking care of your daughter.
Yeah.
So I think that really helped us start to cope a little bit and get more comfortable with surroundings that we had never been in before, and we're all of a sudden spending all day every day.
Colin, what were some of the milestones that really meant the most for you?
Holding her. I mean, that was, you saw the picture in the video. I mean, that was, it was weeks.
You're so
after
big. She was so tiny. It was
so
adorable.
tiny, so tiny. But it was, I think I was young.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm old now.
No, you're not.
Oh,
Oh,
but I mean, that was like
Good
2
answer.
weeks after she was born. So,
When
I
you
mean,
got to just pick
when we
her
got to
up.
just pick her up, and we were just changing her sheets at the time. Like, that's all it was.
Yeah,
Hold her
it
for
wasn't a real
10, 15 seconds while they swapped out the sheets and washed them. And
Yeah.
but that was really cool. I mean, the one that really stands out is feeding her for the
Yeah.
first time in a bottle, which again, that was what, maybe months
That was
after
in
she was
February.
born.
She was born in November.
Well, that's the thing about prematurity is that when you're pregnant and you have a certain expectation, a dream of what this is going to be, the experience, all the milestones, getting pregnant, giving birth, walking for the first time, smiling for the first time, talking, all those different things. And so what this does is it kind of throws all of those imaginings out the window, right? It's a
Absolutely.
whole different story. The story has to be rewritten.
Right. Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
her story. It's not ours. It's not a textbook. It's Colby's journey and her story, and everything happens on her timeline with the perfect timing.
Yeah.
But that was an
Why-
adjustment.
Mommy, why did I come out and then why did I want to come out and then you decided it was a good idea?
You wanted you decided
Again,
when
your
you wanted to
timeline,
come out.
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just something that happened. You were born early.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think what's so wonderful is that the technology has advanced so much in the last 20 years, thanks to research. And it used to be that a situation like this would not always end happily. And now there's so much that's available to help. And so, Colin, tell us more about Children's Specialized Hospital and what role they played in her growth and development.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a real turning point for Colby in her development. I think once we made the decision to go with that team, again, we instantly made relationships there that we still have to this day. I mean, some of her early therapists are still very good friends of ours that we still see to this day, 5, 6 years later, and they may not even be at Children's anymore, but we've still kept that relationship. And I think once we made that decision, we kind of instantly felt like this was the right decision. We saw her care start to take off. Some milestones that we've been working towards for the last year start to, really become visible in her everyday life at home. So that was really exciting for us, and
Yeah.
gave us that reassurance that that was the right decision.
One of the things that I've observed in speaking to parents like you, and also patients, is that relationship with the care team. That when you leave the hospital, you maintain friendships, and that you really don't want to leave because you're gonna, miss them so much. And that's a really special and wonderful thing. Colby, your turn. I get to talk to you. So let's get a little personal here. First of all, how old are you?
8.
8 years old. What's your favorite color?
The rainbow.
What is it?
The rainbow.
The rainbow. Okay, that's good. My favorite color too. I hear you have a big sister. Do you
Yeah.
like being a big sister?
Yeah.
And what's the best part about it?
It's just that I care about them. They care about me. They're always here for me.
I love that. That is, whoa, what a great big sister you are. Now, summer is almost here. What are you excited about and what are you looking forward to this summer?
I'm excited to swim and be with my friends and family.
Yeah, that's great. And what are some of your favorite things that you do?
Swim and practice and stuff for swim team that I do.
Oh, you're on a swim team?
Yeah.
That is awesome. You worked really hard at Children's Specialized Hospital and, the therapies and all that. What are some of the favorite things that you had when you came to Children's Specialized Hospital? What are some of the cool things? First of all, there's this big aquarium I noticed. When you walk in, right, there's fish. But tell me other things that you liked about
Now
Children's.
when I don't walk in, there's no.
We go to a different location now.
Oh, maybe there's a different location.
But what do you like to do at therapy?
I like to walk over stuff, like hurdles and stuff.
Yeah. And I understand also that you're honored as New Jersey Children's Miracle Network champion. That's pretty cool. So how did you feel about being chosen like that?
I don't know. It's just amazing.
Okay, amazing it is. Well, parents, what did you think about that, Amanda and Colin?
I mean, it was first off such an honor. It just being told that, our little, I think Colby was 4 or 5 at the time, was the face of Children's Specialized for the year. It was such an honor, but it was one of the best years, being part of everything, meeting so many people, thanking so many people. We went out to Ohio for the giant golf tournament and we kind of turned to each other and we're like, Ohio, we don't want to go there. Like, what is this? And when we left going like, should we move there? Is this how life is in Ohio all the time? Because it was it was so much fun. And just, we smiled the whole year, whole year.
That is so cool. What did you think of Ohio, Colby?
I liked it.
You liked it?
I
Okay.
think that was when I was 6 or something.
You were younger. Do you remember signing the golf balls and the
Oh
cards?
yeah,
and-
that was.
yeah.
I think I was 4. No.
You were probably 4. And the giant room of candy. Do you remember that?
Oh.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I want to see that
remember
giant room of
Let me tell
candy.
you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was a giant room full of candy, but there was candy on the walls. And stuff. Eat them off the walls.
Well, you picked out different snacks to have.
A little photo shoot.
That is so cool.
I'm gonna
Wow.
go
It was
back
just
there.
such a great year.
Yeah.
Meeting everybody that's involved with Children's Specialized, and they just give so much, and they're so happy to see us, but they don't realize how happy we are to see them.
Yeah.
It's such a mutual love that.
Does he ever talk
Yes, we have a person in the back doing all the technical stuff. But Mike, shout out to Mike Powers because he's taking care of our video. So let's talk about other parents who might be experiencing what you're
I can.
experiencing. And what would you say to them, Amanda and Colin? Parents experiencing this for the first time, it's so overwhelming, right? And many don't have any context for that. Like, it's never happened to them. It's never happened to people they know. And all of a sudden they're experiencing this and needing to deal with some huge challenges. What would you say to those parents?
I would tell them to find a team that they trust. That it was such a big part of Children's Specialized for us, is being able to. So I'm obviously a mom, but I'm also a special education teacher. And wearing both hats can be beyond challenging because I know what my mom hat wants to say. I know what my teacher hat would do, and mixing them together. But being able to take that step back and being like, all right, team, you tell me. I mean, it's such an exhale, and just having that trust in the people that are helping our daughter and following them. And it's never following them blindly. We're a team of people, and they really believe that. But knowing that I'm not the expert in the room, that we're all the expert. And so find that team and go with your gut when you're doing it. We left a facility that, like Colin said, she was doing well with. It wasn't where she was not making progress, but I just knew there was more out there, and we had to really just hope for the best and take that leap. And when we did it, we just exhaled instantly. So yeah, follow your gut and find that team would be my words of
Yeah, we need to hear from Dad too, because dads have a very different perspective. So what would you tell parents that are experiencing this kind of challenge?
Yeah, I mean, Amanda's right. I mean, finding a team that you trust, I would say, don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to advocate for your son or your daughter or your family. Nobody at the end of the day, this is your family. So don't be afraid to ask questions and speak up for your family. I mean, Amanda has a
Big
terrific
mouth.
knack
Oh.
of listening.
Mama bear, yeah.
A
Like, where
terrific
are we
knack
going
of
with
listening
it?
to her gut, and she has the willingness to trust that. That's a big help, I think.
Yeah, that's
Taking
great. Well, it sounds like you're a really good
But
team.
there's a time too where our therapists, and thank you for saying that, because I appreciate it, but they'll be like, slow down, mom. And you need that too, right? Like, I can come in hot and I have ideas and I have a lot of drive, and I do have expertise when it comes to a lot of all things Colby, of course, but we've had some really, really good therapists that be like, I like it, but slow down, let's do this first. And we all need that sometimes too. So
Even me.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even
girl.
you.
Even Colby. Colby, what would you say to people out there about why they should support? Why should they help Children's Specialized Hospital?
Because so they can raise money, I guess. But
For what?
for the hospital and a lot.
To do what?
To like
Think about your therapy place. When they donate money, what does it do for your
to
therapy?
raise money to like get more stuff for the place.
Yeah, exactly.
And to be like, remember so moms who have babies who have brain bleeds, like me, if I was there right now, I would say stay calm. I can help
Oh,
you
that's
just
Aw.
be calm and stuff.
I love that. Yeah, we need more money so that Children's Specialized Hospital can get more stuff. Some of that stuff is really helping people like Colby.
Kids like
And,
you, right?
everything from all the advanced therapy machines and technology that's available there. Some of the simple things I heard from a previous patient that it helped pay for their prom. They had a prom at the hospital. So all the things that are big, like the equipment and the support and the people, but the little things that make being there really special, right? And
We actually went to, I guess it was when Colby was 3. We had just started at Children's, but we went to an intensive therapy
Yeah, that was
for
nice.
3 weeks in Long Island. And so we would trek up there, we would stay a couple nights, come home, and it was 3 weeks straight. But now the equipment that we went hours and hours and hours away for, they have at Children's right at home, 15 minutes from us. And like, that's something to me that's because of donors. That is because of people raising money for kids like Colby, but we don't have to. I mean, we had to sell t-shirts to get to Long Island to be able to do that. And now it's right in our own therapy place, which is incredible.
That's
so
great.
Yeah, these pieces of equipment, but it's also our whole livelihood. Like, we just uprooted and went, and now we don't have to do that. Now it's right there every week when we go.
That is a great, great story because there's so much challenge to parents to be able to travel to where they need to go, to spend time with their child in the hospital. People sometimes sleep there, I understand. And, there's so much strain that goes into it. So to be able to have everything that you need 15 minutes from your home. Wow.
Yeah.
What
it's
better,
incredible.
story is that? And that's why we're talking about Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation and why we're doing this Podathon. Every dollar is going to help make a difference to children like Colby and Leah, who I talked to earlier, who had a stroke and now is 17-year-old, fully recovered, doing beautifully, planning to go to college. And Colby, what do you want to do when you grow up? Do you have an idea of what that might be?
Yeah.
What is it?
I want to be a PA when I grow up, so I have to go through all these schools.
A PA? A physical?
Physician's assistant.
Oh, physician's assistant. You know, that's so interesting because I think that a lot of people who go through these programs or are treated, it really impacts them right here. It makes them want to give more and give back. And I think that's a perfect example. I love that about you, Colby. That is so awesome. I can't wait to see that happen because it looks like the whole world is a possibility for you. It's really opened up. Thanks to Children's Specialized Hospital. Final words about why people should give? Start with you, Colin.
This is all about helping children like Colby. We were, direct benefits of Children's Specialized Hospital, and I couldn't say enough about the people in the facility there that have helped us and helped Colby get to where she is today. So it's really changed her life and it's changed our lives.
That's beautiful. Amanda, you get the last word.
I think Colby's just one of the hundreds and thousands of examples of what donors they can do for families and kids like her. When we started there, she was just learning how to use a walker and taking a step every 45 seconds. And now she uses a cane and sometimes doesn't. And she's on a swim team and she runs away from us so fast that sometimes I have to tell her to slow down. But we feel every cent of it. And it's everything that people give goes directly to the children. And it's something that you don't find everywhere. So it's just such a special program, and we can't thank everybody enough.
Yeah, and if you get a chance to see the video and see the picture of Colby standing next to that Christmas tree, I think it was,
Yeah.
standing without a cane, just standing on her own 2 feet, I think that right there tells you why people need to give. To Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation, every dollar helps. The goal is to raise $50,000 for Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. Every donation brings us a little bit closer to helping more children like Colby, of course, her parents, Amanda and Colin, help them just live their lives to be success stories like Colby. So beautiful, so lovely, so smart, and so articulate. I love that. And she's going to do great things. And that's really as a result of Children's Specialized Hospital, but certainly you as parents being the fierce advocates that you are, fighting for her every step of the way, making sure she has the best possible care. And that care was available at Children's Specialized Hospital. And that's why we are here to help raise money. That $50,000 goal is very achievable. You can help. Let's give today. Thank you for watching, and thanks for giving.
Yay!
Yeah, you guys are awesome. That was so cool.
I sit over there. This one, that one.
Yeah, we could get a little closer if you want.
This guy over.
Yeah. Oh, it's heavy.
Yeah. Look at you. Look out there. Look where.
So yeah, you could just we'll gravitate to each other normally,
Okay.
so it's gonna be all right.
On the right
But
spot.
yeah, so we are back at the Children's Specialized Hospital in New Brunswick. You just heard from Colby, her family at the iHeart Studios. Incredible kid, awesome. I had the privilege to produce that behind the scenes. So Colby points at me and goes, "How come this man's not talking?" So it's just these kids have. It's just so exciting. Not only are they progressing, being the best capabilities of what they are because of the hospital, but they have every single one of them is a character. Like, do you experience that on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, for sure. Even just talking to Nico's on his way out here and the jokes he was making, they always see, they're just kids at the end of the day, right? They see the light in life.
So before we start, I have to shout out an amazing family-owned business, Side MVP. Todd Frazier and I reached out to him yesterday, and no questions asked. He donated $1,000. Amazing guy. amazing business. He taught my daughter how to slide. So it's a baseball mat. They're now using it for other things like movies and stuff. Like, but it teaches you how to dive like professionally onto
Love that.
the grass
Is
and
it
stuff.
a local business?
It is. So he's actually New York, like upstate New York area. But
Very cool.
awesome guy. I want to thank him and his wife for their contribution to the hospital. Great people. Dr.
thank
Kelly,
you.
right?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Dr. Kelly Keefe
Marcoux.
Marcoux. You know, it's funny. Alyssa, they put Memoli.
Yeah, so you
like I
can
love
say
it. I
right.
love it. I
The
love it.
pronunciation.
So I quickly changed it in my phone to Memoli. But in all seriousness, you are the Vice President of Patient Care Services and Chief Nursing Officer at the Children's Specialized Hospital. What made you decide to join this awesome team at the Children's Specialized Hospital?
Well, I've been sort of a local girl my whole life. I grew up in New Brunswick and worked at Robert Wood, Bristol Myers Squibb Children's Hospital for most of my career. I'm a PICU nurse practitioner, so took care of many of the types of children that we get, but back in the PICU, and did that for about 20 years, and then started getting to some leadership positions, and always, heard how wonderful children's was. I would pick up kids from transport, but I didn't know truly how wonderful it was until I came here. And once I came here, I just never looked back. The care here is amazing. The team's amazing. The families are amazing. The children, it's just, we make miracles happen.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine being anywhere else.
I get that vibe, and it's not fake. Like I was telling the audience earlier, like I've been here on days where the tours, and you can fake a day, but I've been here on other days, and like I've been here maybe 60 days out of a year, right? And like everybody just loves working here. Like I don't know why. I guess like you got to check it at the door if you're having a bad day, because you got to realize like, hey, one, these kids need you. It's rewarding, right?
Absolutely.
So your research, your doctoral research is focused on family-centered care.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. You
So-
did your homework.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did it for me. No, I'm just kidding. Kate's the goat. But in all seriousness, we've been researching this for months. Like I said, the minute this Podathon's over, by the way, we're up to $30,000. Which is
Awesome. Good.
incredible.
Last time I was listening, it was
It was
only like 6,000.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Great.
So we're up to 30K,
That's wonderful.
which is exciting. We just broke that during Kobe's interview.
Great.
And we do. Kate and I said tomorrow we're going to talk about next year and how to make it better and keep making it better. So it was really cool, especially having iHeart involved. Now Elvis Duran wants to be here next year, so hopefully I won't have to talk on a microphone. But in all seriousness, you're focused on family-centered care. The idea that family isn't a visitor in the hospital, but a part of the care team. What does family-centered care look like in a practice like CSH, and why does it matter clinically?
Sure. I'm really proud to say that family-centered care is truly the foundation and the philosophy of how we practice across the board. From inpatient rehab, we have the 2 long-term care units, all the outpatient sites. Family-centered care means the family, in addition to the child, are centered to that care. And there's a lot of children's hospitals, a lot of hospitals in general that say that. That's part of their mission statement.
Right.
And we're family-centered. Children's truly, truly embeds it and means it. So you will feel that in every decision that's made here. It's about the child. It's about the family. You will see it in our board meetings where family members actually sit on the board. Any task force, committee, council, families are part and parcel of everything that we do. We have a very strong parent family advisory council, which many hospitals have, which is wonderful. But we also have family faculty. So family faculty are parents, typically. We did have one grandparent who are parents or grandparents of children who have received care or still receive care here at Children's Specialized, and they actually work for us. They become employed as family members called family faculty, and we have 20 of them across our organization. And they greet families when they come in for an appointment. They greet families when they get admitted to the hospital. They give them a welcome bag. And we also try to pair. So if you're a mom of a child that had a spinal cord injury, try to pair them with a parent who are now dealing with an acute spinal cord injury and just starting to face what that means, how life has changed. So there's really no other person that can relate to them in that way, even though it's not the same experience, it's more similar.
Right.
And they form that bond that just helps them get through this most difficult part in their life, it helps us, the staff,
Yeah.
learn how to manage and communicate and support these families as best as we possibly can. So family-centered care is truly in everything
Yeah.
that we do day in and day out here at Children's Specialized.
I've been fortunate enough to meet a lot of the kids and their families, and I mentioned earlier about Gabby and her the father Bill. He's my buddy. I love him to death, but I would be in shambles. My daughter was in the 110 percentile of head size when she was born, so they had us take a trip to CHOP, and scared for like, first off, it took like 2 weeks to get the appointment,
Which
so
isn't that bad, I hate to say.
right. I'm not
Yes.
throwing, but
Right.
2 weeks I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, I was crying next to her crib. And then we get there and we see kids and families that are really going through it, gutted. We get in there, the doctor goes, she's got a big head like her mom, like she's fine. Best news you could
Always
ever
look at the
gotten.
parents,
Yeah,
yeah.
best news you ever could have ever gotten. And
Right.
also, like, I remember we stopped at a burger place, and that burger just tasted so good, because it was like, I knew everything was going to be all right, but then it also triggered something in my brain saying, like, I'm the unicorn in that scenario, right? Like, most people don't get news like that.
Right.
It's not that my pediatrician wanted. She wanted to make sure Peyton was okay, and she was definitely overly concerned about it.
Yeah.
So we're very fortunate. Now she's a rock star,
Awesome.
and it's incredible. But former patients, Carly, Gabby, my daughter looks up to them. Like, that, literally, they're role models to her. So, like, she's like, I need to come. If they're gonna be there, I gotta be there today. I can't go to school today. I gotta be with you. And I was like, you're going to school. You only got like 6
You
more
can
days.
listen on the radio.
Yeah. So it is cool that it's like the family is centered around everything that and then focused, and it's not fake. Like you said, a lot of people say that. It's in here. It's the most truest form of it, because I've watched it in real time.
Yeah, and as you were talking, I was thinking, when we do orientation, one of the things I share with the new employees is the parents are going through probably one of the worst times of their life. Whether they're worried about a diagnosis, they just spent 4 months in a NICU, they spent 6 months in a pediatric intensive care unit, they just got a diagnosis of autism. Whatever it is, needing the services here at Children's Specialized is nothing anyone ever wants.
Yeah.
But
You're right.
their life has changed.
You're
and
right.
now we need to be there to provide those services. And again, just to remind them that be really sensitive to what these parents are going through, because there's some grieving that's going on, the loss of the child that could have been. We're going to help restore them to the best that they possibly can be. We always say, their best potential, their full potential, and that's very true. But life for them has changed. So our job is to be sensitive, supportive, and caring through that, and make sure that we do make miracles happen, and we make sure that they do reach their full potential. But can't do that without the family's partnership.
Yeah. How more difficult would your job be without donor support, without the Ed McKennas, without the Mark Montaneros of the world, the people that always step up and then convince others to join? Like I said, it's like a spider web. They connect so many people. You see Jamie and Kayla with the Clean Bro. With that type of philanthropy, like, how does it make your job easier? And without it, what would happen?
Yeah, I can't imagine without it.
Yeah.
I've been in children's hospitals before that didn't have the same type of philanthropic support, and you just can't provide the way that you want to provide. And we are very fortunate here at Children's, where we have an idea, we have a request, we have an ask, all for the children. And I'm going to say 10 times out of 10, right, there's a donor or there's someone willing to step up. One of the examples I can give you is years ago, probably about 7 or 8 years ago, our families and children are very complex when they come here. So in acute rehab, children come here and they may have a tracheostomy to breathe. They might have a ventilator, gastrostomy tube, central line, TPN, and they might need to go home with all of those needs, right? So again, your nursery that was set up for a typical child is now completely transformed into a mini ICU.
Right.
How are you going to care for that child in the home? And our nursing and therapy and medical team did their best to educate these families, but it was a little more piecemeal. It wasn't a very methodical, structured process. So I thought, wouldn't it be great to have a patient family educator, someone whose sole job was to make sure from the minute these families came in till the minute they went home, we made sure they were ready to go home and had no questions. And we proposed that that as a potential position, J&J stepped up, funded the position. So we are, I think, going into probably our 8th year, might even be 9th year.
Right.
Now we have 2 patient family educators, and our families are so ready to go home.
Right.
You know, they go home, no complications. The tracheostomy, if it comes out, they know how to put it back in.
Oh my
That's
God.
all thanks to
Yeah.
the program that we have and the support that we've been given.
That's amazing too, because like if you're fortunate enough to go on a children's specialized hospital tour, I encourage you to do it.
Yes, please.
Because your heart will just sink, because the amount of like the room with the doll, like that's teaching them how to do all
Yeah,
this.
Rocco's
and then,
room is
yeah,
our special
Rocco's
nursery.
room.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is a nursery where you could get used to being alone or in the moment. And it felt like a certification. Like it felt like they're like mini doctors or mini
Yeah.
nurses. Like it's like, but to be able to convince a parent that they can do that takes a superhero.
Mm.
So your team is amazing. I want to thank you.
Agree.
Anything you would say to anybody who has donated today and people that are still on the fence and haven't yet?
To those that have, thank you from the bottom of my heart. We need your support to keep doing what we do every day. And those of you that are on the fence, the smallest amount matters. It can be $1, it could be $10, $20, whatever you can afford. It truly makes a difference in the lives of these children, and we appreciate it immensely.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you. It was a
Thank
pleasure.
you for everything you do, and
My pleasure.
your team's awesome. So thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, you heard it here first. We still need some more donations. We got work to do. We're not going to stop until we get to that 50K. I don't care if it takes a week, but we're going to get there. Dr. Kelly's amazing. Please help fund her team and grow it, right? We got 2, maybe we could have 3 soon.
Sure.
Yeah, who
Yeah.
knows? But yeah, it's incredible work. Thank you. And we're going to be right back with some more messaging. We're going to wrap things up within the hour with a special message from one of our leaders, the other side of this, the Children's Specialized Hospital president, Mr. Matt McDonald. And Alyssa will be joining me soon. But we got a few more guests that we're going to go through. We'll be right back.
Wasn't sure if I was supposed to.
No, you did perfect. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Awesome. Almost there. I feel my neck started to hurt. I was like, oh man. Also, I didn't want to be rude. Like, doctor's like, Dr. Kelly's spilling her guts out, and I was like, I really want to sip of my coffee, but can't do that.
Headphones?
Yes, please. Hey, don't let me forget. The slide MVP, I want to read what he wrote on his.
Oh, yeah.
Because I forgot. I was supposed to mention it during Todd's thing.
Let's do it, baby. And you
Right.
guys can talk about
Yeah,
what he
all the
wrote.
donors.
I'll tell her to come down in 10 minutes.
Great.
You guys can talk about what he wrote, say the goodbyes, and then we'll play Matt's video.
Love it. Love it. All right. This is my favorite interview. I get excited for this. This and also like I wanted to talk about the expansions, like everything like we're going into help me out. We're going into Cherry Hill, going into like Marlton area, like areas by my house. So I was really excited to see that, we're expanding. Like a lot of people are not doing that right now in this world. And to know that Children's Specialized Hospital is like full throttle and just trying to expand and grow is pretty tremendous. So you guys have a really fun job. Like every time we talk, you got props. So I'm always excited. Obviously, my love for the sneaker bully, right?
We have them here.
Yeah. So
you can see the new model.
Yeah, I can't wait. In all seriousness, my nephew, Braden, was at the Walk and Roll. He's a patient of the Children's Hospital, and he was getting fitted for the shoes. And he's like, Uncle Mike, you got to get a pair too. And I wasn't gonna be like, oh, I was like, you know what, I will. Like, and they are comfortable. They're extremely comfortable to the point where like that's why I wore it the first Podathon, was because it felt like I was wearing like slippers. Like it felt like I was like lounging, and you need that for a marathon that is a Podathon. So one, I want to thank you both for joining me.
A pleasure. Thank you for having us.
You know, so I don't want to get this wrong. It's a long Dr. Michael, right? VP of Business Development, Chief Research and Innovation Officer of the Children's Specialized Hospital Center for Discovery, Innovation and Development. And Dr. Vicky, right?
Yes.
Yes. This is so much fun. So first off, what is that?
Yeah, so the Center for Discovery, Innovation, and Development, we call it CDID as well.
I love it.
It's the innovation arm for Children's Specialized Hospital. And strategically, we wanted to have innovation sit in a space where not only does it happen throughout Children's Specialized Hospital, but where there's a team really just focused on how to bring innovative solutions to healthcare. So we address all kinds of things. We reimagine what care can look like, how care delivery can happen. We think about addressing barriers like access, and we're always looking in the future, whether it's a now near far scenario,
right?
To understand how we can really make an impact for our kids and families to help them reach their full potential. Our missions are entirely aligned, CDID and CSH, right? We're working hand in glove to make a real difference for the population. So lots of things happen through CDID. We have the ability, because of how we're structured, to start new businesses, to invest in businesses, to look for all kinds of solutions for some of the challenges that our kids and families face in very different ways.
Mm-hmm. That's the way I envision this is like, you ever been to Disney World, Epcot?
Of course.
Like Figment, where you see all the labs, like while you're going through. Like I'm like, this is the coolest job. Like you gotta like as far as like everybody, it's so rewarding and everybody plays a vital part with the Children's Specialized Hospital. But you guys have the coolest job, like in my humble opinion.
We
Like
do, right?
I think so.
Like the scientists, like it's just like gonna create flubber that like saves some kids, you know, like it's just like for me, like even you're like, I got some props and you're explaining the feed up to me, and I was just like, all right, like that's cool. You know, I just think it's awesome. But again, you wouldn't be able to invest or to even find these products or help bring them to life without the help of our donors and sponsors.
100%. Everything that we do through CDID in some way is supported by our sponsors or our philanthropic support. It can't happen without them. So, and without the folks who are donating today and everyone beyond. Absolutely right.
I'll start with Vicky. Is there a product that you're the most proud of? You know, that you guys kind of came and developed?
Well, I will just keep talking a little bit about the Billy shoe.
All right.
Because it has evolved since we last chatted.
It has.
So this is the original one. This is mine. So this is the light gray that we have here, and it goes the full zipper, right? So this is now under PDAC, which PDAC approved or PDAC certified.
Okay.
Which means that now this shoe, if depending on the diagnosis, could be reimbursed by Medicare or Medicaid or your private insurance.
That's amazing.
So that's something that Billy Footwear had not done really before. So this is one of the first shoes that they actually went to get that PDAC certification.
Wow.
So that's incredible, right? And it provides access, right, to not just within the four walls of Children's Specialized Hospital, but beyond that. This is available internationally.
That's tremendous.
Right? And because it did so well, we've expanded.
Yeah.
So now we have this new shoe. It's in the family, so it's obviously it looks a little different, style, different needs, right? But this is the Billy Limitless 253.
Okay.
And you can see that I won't go through all the details today, but you can see it's a little bit more stylish. It fits a different population, a little bit more durable. And this just launched in March of this year, again because of how popular this was, based on the same mold of the original. And we'll be having more of these shoes. We'll have the Billy, more iterations of Billy Limitless coming out at the end of this year and early next year too. again, because of the work that we've done, because of our sponsors that helped, provide us with seed funding to create this shoe.
Yeah.
It's something now that we have broad access internationally. So that's exciting.
That's incredible. It's funny because Nikos and his brother, when they were here, they commented on my Jordans I was wearing, and I noticed, I saw, like, while I was buying mine, coming soon, like versions that looked incredible, like on the website. So it's exciting to see that it's actually here. Huge fan of the shoe, as you know, and it's helped my nephew. I was actually able to buy him a pair of Jordans now because he's more comfortable putting his shoes on. He knows how to tie it, but he needed this shoe to get to that point. You know what I mean? Somewhere where, he could put it on. He didn't have to tie it. He could, he didn't have to rely on somebody tying his shoes at school or whatever. Like, he was way more comfortable. And then all of a sudden he started tinkering. His motor skills got better. And it's incredible. So for Christmas, I got him his first pair of J's.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was.
And you may remember from last year, right? So this is a shoe that is developed in partnership with Billy Footwear. But we had our clinicians involved, our patients and our families, all in the development of what this shoe would be, so that it would really meet the needs of the population that we serve. People with sensory issues who need to wear braces, people who have challenges with putting shoes on, where it might be a problem to tie laces, whatever the case may be. But we ran this through a lot of different folks.
It's amazing.
And Vicky, I believe this is one of the best-selling shoes in the Billy Footwear line.
Yep,
Right.
and they have hundreds.
And they have hundreds, and this
of
one's
options,
way at the top.
That's great.
So, yeah, it's been very cool.
And if I remember correctly, like at Walk and Roll, they were donating 1-to-1. So for every $1 I paid for my shoe, they were donating back to the hospital. So that was cool too. So I was like, all right, like I was going to donate anyway, may as well get a pair of shoes out of the deal.
Awesome.
Like, so it was really cool. And I remember I emailed them from my iHeart email and just thanked them because I thought that was really unique and cool. And like I said, they're comfortable. So it's engineered for comfort, accessibility, use, blind, right? Too, like there's a braille thing or like you can feel
these are more
based off.
for this
The new
shoe,
version
the new
is-
version is more
is-
for the diabetic population.
Awesome. Okay.
And what's nice about it is it's durable, so you can even go for like a run.
That's
in
great.
some of these
Yeah.
in these shoes, because it's not so much on the front.
Mhm.
If you have a toe drag, it's more durable.
That's great.
So this is great, and like I said, we're going to have a new iteration of the Billy additions to the Billy Limitless family, either towards the end of the year or early next year.
All right. What do you guys got cooking outside of these walls? Like anything fun, anything going that we could share with the world?
Yeah, lots of things outside these walls. So, one of the things about CD that I mentioned earlier is how we reimagine care. So there's a couple of initiatives that are pretty new. One already in play recently, and another coming around the corner, right, in that now near far scenario, right?
Love it.
So one of the things that already is happening is a program we call Included. And Included is really a way that we want to reach out to the community at large to help them better understand the challenges that people with disabilities face and how to integrate them into their services in the best way possible.
I love it.
So for instance, one of our clients has been the Liberty Science Center, and we've worked with them pretty closely to help them adapt exhibits appropriately and to train their staff for
That
how
is
to
awesome.
deal with people with sensory issues, particularly a lot of the kids that we serve. And so we're out there providing this education broad-based.
Right.
It's endless in terms of where the opportunity can be. For us, we see Included as something that can have just gigantic impact when you think about
Yeah.
places where people go every day, where they travel to, hotel chains,
Right.
amusement parks. I already talked about museums,
Yeah.
other businesses, restaurants. All of these places can really use opportunity
Right.
to take more education to help their staff, to help their physical space better incorporate and include people with disabilities.
I love that so much because inclusion is key. Education background. I was supposed to be a history teacher with special ed minor in that, but unfortunately we don't pay teachers well enough. And in 2009, everybody wanted to be a teacher. So it was, unless you didn't know anybody, you couldn't even get into it. So I started selling TVs for a living and then somehow ended up in radio. But long story short, it was something that I cared about so much because like I hated, so I came from Brooklyn, moved over to the New Jersey shore. Nobody could understand what I was saying. I had a horrible accent, so I'm in speech, right? I got removed from the class to work one-on-one with my speech, which I needed, right? Now I can talk. Nobody even knows I'm from New York. No, I'm just kidding. You know, and it
We're
worked.
from New York too. by the
Yeah,
way.
no, I'm Brooklyn. I love it. But they essentially worked it out of me, which was great. But when I would come back to the classroom, I missed out on certain things. I missed out on jokes. Maybe I missed out on an assignment. It felt like I was already behind the 8 ball. So now I'm playing catch up in that class. And for me, the more time we can include everybody, the better it is. And I used to show this video of a young man who was on his high school team as like the ball boy, and he was autistic. They put him in for the last game. He scores 19 points in a row in under 2 minutes. It was insane. The whole place erupted, and I was like, imagine if they didn't include him on the team. Imagine he would have never had that. That is a highlight that he has for the rest of his life. It's so important. He played better than anybody could ever imagine, and it's because he was included on the team. And you know, I just, for me, those kind of steps, I think of even sensory rooms. They were non-existent. Now there's a lot of them.
So one of the things that, you know, as you talk about this and how people with disabilities or varying abilities, people with sensory issues, whatever the case may be, how they get included, right? It has to do with who they're interacting with. And the role of included is to help those people understand how to make those adaptations and how to wrap their arms around the person in a way that they can fully participate to the best of their ability. The other thing that I was mentioning, and that's the more now, right? In the near scenario, we're going to be finding ways to reimagine care. And we're already thinking about how to do that through educational materials, virtual ways to connect with folks, using artificial intelligence in ways that we can expand the folks that we have impact on. So right now, as you've heard from many of the people who, you know, have sat here with you, 45,000 kids going to 50, 60. Through some of the things that we're working on at CDID, we expect to be hitting hundreds of thousands.
Let's go.
So let's go is right.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And that's what CDID aims to do, looking at very different ways that are a bit out of the box for how we can really impact these kids and families.
I love that. That's incredible. Like, you know, and like you said, technology is a tool that we have to use, especially AI. It's a tool that can help us grow, you know, and open up more jobs in this way. Like, because I assume there'll be some back of the house stuff that needs to be done, you know, but to know that a child could get care virtually or through the power of AI, that's incredible. Because the other thing is, and Dr. Matt McDonald talks about this a lot, is even if we wanted to treat every child, there's not enough you guys, right? There's not enough doctors there. There's not enough, you know, so even training, developing, like if you're able to take that technology and help train, you know, 3 more of you, that's incredible too.
Exactly.
So.
Just thinking about these things and you're absolutely right. You've heard from folks, you know, there are real challenges around typical resources that would provide the services. So we need to think pretty imaginatively about how to do it.
Again, I love it. The flubber of the children's specialized. It's I'm so excited. It's always like Kate puts it at the end because she knows you guys get me over that hump. It's been a marathon, but it's so much fun. Vicky, do you want to share the Fed Up? Feed up.
Not fed up.
Oh,
we're not fed up with Feed Up. We're actually excited about it.
Feed up.
Yeah, so this is a device for those on enteral feeds. So for those that have feeding tube, right? Many times that they have to, you know, be confined to an IV pole or be stationary, right? So this provides access through mobility, right? So bumping that into the mic.
Love that.
But this is, you know, this is the stand. You can feel how light this is.
Oh, I did not. I did not.
Right?
I was like, how am I going to carry? This is insanely light.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
Like it does not look like it should. I mean, look, like I would have said 30, 40 pounds,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
like 15, but
it's really
like 2 pounds.
so it's nice because it's light, and then you can put a feeding pump here,
Love it.
and then this would clamp onto a wheelchair or a stroller, or you could even just put it into a backpack. So
Yeah.
Feed has a backpack too that you can put this in, and then you can go for a walk and have a feed, and it's all discreet. No one knows that you're doing that, and you're able to be mobile. So it provides access and mobility, in the community, in the inpatient settings, outpatient settings, wherever you need. And this impacts millions of people.
And
It can
they're
really
no
help.
longer fed up with their feeding tube because of FEDA.
You know what?
Exactly.
Exactly
go.
right. I love
Yeah.
it. We're going to pass that one along.
I got a few in me. I got a few in me. Radio. I read a lot of 30-second commercials. Shout outs to Kate. But yeah, guys, incredible. Anybody who still hasn't donated, what would you say to them? Like you said, we're trying to get to 45,000 children. We're at 45,000 children. We're trying to get to 50, 60, 100 million. Who knows? It's limitless. But what would you say to those guys that first to encourage viewers to give?
Yeah, so over the course of this day, I'm sure you've heard so many things about Children's Specialized Hospital and how we are the premier organization in this country. And in some places, we're well known globally as the same. In fact, we've done consultation throughout the world to enhance what services look like that are delivered here through Children's and help them bring them more locally to other places all over the globe. So it's a statement about really the quality of work that we're involved in. And particularly in this innovative space, without those dollars, we cannot progress to getting to serving all of those kids in the most amazing way.
Because if I'm right, you don't get insurance money. Like this research is solely backed on donor care and philanthropy, right?
To a very great degree, right? There are some components of what we do where it's supported through other means, but without philanthropy, none of it happens.
Wow.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Without those donors,
I'm
without
gonna have
all
this
the
cool
folks out
segment.
there, it doesn't happen.
You got to donate because if they're not here next year, I'm coming after you. Yeah. In all seriousness, this has been awesome, and I can't wait to see you guys again. And feel free to share anytime you guys got some cool stuff going on. I'll get you on the radio. We'll get you on the thing, and we could just talk this out. So thank you so much, Dr. Vicky, Dr. Mike. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
We're going to be right back. Alyssa Memoli is going to join me. We got some final words from the iHeart studios with Dr. Matt McDonald. And please donate, please. Also, speaking of products and innovation, shout outs to Slide MVP. These are my guys. As I fall. So Slide MVP is a company that created pretty much a mat where kids can learn how to slide. Baseball slide. They're using them now in football, stuff like that. But family-owned business, friends of mine and Todd Frazier, they stepped up and they were the first ones to donate $1,000 when we first started this. So I still had this in my car. I coached a little league with my daughter.
Terrific.
She slid at home after hitting a double. She scored on the next play. And she looked like a pro. She's like, Dad, I did it. I was like, I got it on video. So I sent it to him. And it's an incredible, awesome thing. The kids love it because you're supposed to slide in your socks on this. But he created it going to Costco every day. And he would buy the cardboard. He would steal their cardboard. Like it was free. But they'd be like, what are you doing with all this? And then he created a patent. He was stealing stuff. And then he created a business. Like, this is great, right? No, but in all seriousness, so I wanted to bring it up because you have cool toys and now I do.
That's pretty innovative as well.
That's really cool.
But we'll figure out a way to maybe some of our kids can use it in the hospital in a different way. But yeah, wrestlers are using it. Movies are now using it as like to dive and I guess shoot a bad guy or whatever. I don't know, but it's a really cool company. So I want to thank Slide MVP for sliding in and being our first donation of the day. It was pretty cool. Thank you guys, and I appreciate you both, and I can't wait to talk again.
Okay, thanks
All right.
again.
Thank
We'll be
you.
right back. That was fun.
Thank you. Of course.
Thank you.
I could talk to you guys forever.
Thank
made
you.
it.
Thank you. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you,
It was
Vicky.
so good to see
No,
you
yeah.
again.
All right.
Oh, that would be amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
She's gonna be so excited.
You guys created the Philly shoe? Yeah. Because I need to, I want to get, I have a daughter with very, she has really got lymphedema.
Okay.
And she really could use this, but I couldn't figure out like how to get them for her and then try them and then, but did I hear him say that you tried them at the walk? You had them for
We
kids?
have them for the walk and roll, but I don't know if we'll have. Because it's a, they have a
Do I need this?
I think you're fine. You don't need that. Just, I'll keep mine on just so I know where you sound good.
Your size.
It's like after each interview. I'm great.
So I'm gonna break down the gap in dollars hourly because I'm gonna.
Okay. Do you want it? Wait, break down. Hold on one second.
No, what do you want?
All right. So Alyssa, we kicked it off.
We're back.
We're gonna close it out together. So I appreciate you joining me for this final hour. Obviously, we're gonna have a special message back from the iHeart Studios from I feel like your partner in crime, Dr. Matt McDonald. You guys are the best duo anybody could ask for. The Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation would not be where they are without you, and the hospital would not be where they were at without the passion of Dr. Matt. So I'm very honored for you guys to even know who I am, but also to be able to sit with you, do some awesome stuff, raise awareness for our kids, share where every dollar is going. I mean, I know I'm a huge fan of the innovation team, but that was the coolest thing in the world. I'm more excited for that stuff than anything else. And just the outpour of, Springfield Police, I believe, $2,500, incredible, and McKenna, I know we're going to get into it. I know you have a list of people we want to thank.
I did
but
make cheat sheets because we had quite the
Quite a
activity
day.
today.
Yeah.
So Mike, you're very humble through all this. So we're honored. I mean, it was a couple of years ago, like you mentioned, that we met through Pong.
Yeah.
And every time we turn around, you're like, hey, I can help or I can do something. We're very grateful for you and iHeart and the relationship. I really don't think I can put into words how much you mean to us. On top of it, for those of you that don't know Mike, he's one of the most amazing human beings that you will ever meet, and so kind, and an awesome girl dad, and an awesome husband, and all those things, and just the way you engage also with all of our patients and ambassadors. We love you for that. So we have a little token, not merely enough. It's beautiful. Thank you picture that was made with John Ryan's story on the back with iHeart. So thank you to you and the entire iHeart team for all that you do for us. I do want to thank Lorraine, Buster, Gandhi, Elvis Duran for giving us some shout outs, and the entire iHeart team, and for, really having us on the radio throughout the Northeast. I think when you mentioned earlier about, people not realizing what Children's Specialized is, I think we've all made a concentrated effort that we want to change that narrative. So that you're saying a different story is that patients are finding us sooner instead of not knowing that we exist. So I just want to thank you for all that you do. I want to thank Todd Frazier for being an ambassador for years for us, always coming through for the kids. It means so much for them. They're inspiration. For us and the families. I want to thank all the patient families and patients that gave us time to come and talk about their journey here at Children's. The hospital leadership, of course, that you heard from today, because that's what makes us at the foundation get up every day and walk through these doors to see the work that happens from the staff and the leadership team here to support those kiddos. I want to thank Kate, Afia, and Lewis, who are always behind the scenes. If we were to flip the camera right now, from laying this all out,
It's like
working
a war
with
room.
iHeart, making sure technology works here in the building. That's the stuff where the magic happens. I want to give a shout out to Gabby's mom, Angela Brem, for making a donation. We appreciate and love you. Springfield Police. And then, of course, I want to thank Mark and Ed for doing that match challenge, which I believe we've got 9 hours left in the day.
Let's go.
And so when you look at, we got a $20,000 gap, $2,000 an hour.
That's not bad. We got
this. And
this.
then Mark and Ed, did the lift of the match on that money.
Yeah.
So more than 55,000 kids can get helped, or 50 that Kate was saying. So I added the extra 5 in there.
I'm excited too, because there's some text messages and emails of people asking, like, come get this check, come get that. So I'll get with Kate after this and try to figure out what our final number will be. But
so it's amazing to keep, the donations make a difference, but we're at a busy time of the year. And if I could say there's one place that's been inspirational for all of us, and I know, again, iHeart and Buster comes through for this, is our walk and roll in October. And the reason I love it so much is it's hospital leadership, therapists, staff, the families, the foundation, the board members. It is just a day that, to me, you take everything that's beautiful that exists in these buildings and you bring it to a park for a celebration day, and it's just amazing. So
it's
love for you to learn more.
No, walk and roll is incredible, and it's definitely a celebration of all the hard work that goes in day and day, whether it be the doctors, the patients, our sponsors, everything that is and makes the Children's Specialized Hospital what it is. You know, you mentioned Angela. Bill emailed me. He's like, I heard the shout out. I love you, buddy. Like, that's why I do it. Like, that's the coolest thing.
Oh. Don't get tears, Mike. You're gonna make me cry.
But, yeah.
You're an
It's-
amazing human.
Nah,
I can't say
it's-
that, you know, that the amount of hours and work
Somebody
as
said-
you're not busy enough.
Nah, yeah.
Oh.
Somebody said it to me once. They're like, why are you so nice? And I was like, it's too much work to be mean. You know what I mean? Like, so many people are out for themselves. So many people have an agenda. And sometimes I meet people and they're like, what are your agenda? I was like, I just want to be happy and try to do good. Like, it's so rewarding. And that was a key thing from, you know, Mark to Todd. It feels good. It's like it's like a runner's high to help these kids, you know. John Ryan coming up here and only his mom could calm him down. That was the coolest thing. That's this hospital in a nutshell. But also his mom knows how to do that, one, because that's natural, but also like the strength that John Ryan now has is because of this hospital. So the fact that he was able to walk around and come to his mom is a feat in itself. And it's because of you and the people behind the scenes and the doctors and all the education that goes through this building.
Well, it's because of you too,
Hmm.
and the community you've built. You've brought a lot of people to the table.
Thanks.
And
You still will. Like
again, you're very busy with your own family, and yet you're constantly giving back to the hospital. So thank you, Mike.
We love it. We love it. We are going to end on a really cool note. So it was actually something that was recorded in the iHeart studios with Lorraine and Dr. Matt McDonald, another passionate man who cares about every single person, knows the patients by name. It was cute. Lorraine asked Leah if she ever met Dr. Matt McDonald, and she's like, of course. And I was like, all right, we still got some training on the iHeart side. I was like, Dr. Matt knows every patient. Like, it's like he has a personal connection. I remember Gabby's story of Chick-fil-A, right, on her last day. And then what killed me was when I first ever interviewed Gabby, it was at Todd's event. And I asked, when was a moment that you knew you were going to be okay, or what was a milestone for you? And she said she was able to finally walk to Starbucks and order her own drink. And like, that stuff we take for granted every day. I can't tell you how many times I've taken Peyton to Starbucks to get a cake pop and a pink drink or whatever these kids drink. And, you know, and shout outs to Duncan, my bad. Mentioned that's a horrible job by me. But, you know, and going to these to get a cup of coffee, like, you never think that that's something that a child would remember as a milestone. And, you know, she's on top of the world. All of our kids are. And I'm so proud of that. And the more that come in, we're gonna have a champion, you know, and John Ryan's our champion this year. Every year, just it's great kid after great kid, and it's incredible work by all of you guys. So I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Mike.
No, of course.
So we're gonna take it away on a high note with a message from Dr. McDonald.
Yeah. So coming up next, Dr. Matt McDonald live from the iHeart studios with Lorraine. Thank you, Buster. Thank you, Lorraine. You guys really quarterbacked this for me, sharing it. Deja Moore too. From Power 99. She's been working with the Children's Hospital to get us to these milestones and sharing it on all of our socials. So I do appreciate that. I can't wait to share all the content that we created today, all the fun conversations we had, but also all the good that the hospital does. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And here's our doctor.
Thank you.
Pediatric rehabilitation and specialized care for children facing complex medical, developmental. I'm Lorraine Ballard Morrill. Today, as part of the iHeart Media Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation Podathon, we're highlighting the life-changing work happening every day at Children's Specialized Hospital, the nation's leading provider of pediatric rehabilitation and specialized care for children facing complex medical, developmental, behavioral, and physical challenges. Joining us is Dr. Matt McDonald, President and CEO of Children's Specialized Hospital. Over the past decade, Dr. McDonald has helped lead the organization from the bedside as a clinician to the boardroom as CEO, helping thousands of children and families across world-class care, hope, and opportunity. Today, Children's Specialized Hospital serves nearly 45,000 children each year through inpatient and outpatient programs across New Jersey and beyond. But the need continues to grow. Today's Podathon is all about helping more children receive the specialized care they deserve. Our goal is to raise $50,000 for the Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation, and every dollar makes a difference. Well, let's start with you, Dr. Matt McDonald. For someone who's never been to Children's Specialized Hospital, how would you explain what this hospital actually does for children and families?
Lorraine, thank you, and thanks for having us again. And I would explain it in a nutshell. Regardless of what site or program, what we do is we help children reach their potential. We meet children and families faced with special healthcare needs and unique healthcare challenges every day, day in and day out. We're interested in not where they are today, but where we can get them to be tomorrow. That's what we do at Children's Specialized Hospital.
You spent a decade at CSH, first as a clinician, then chief medical officer, and now president and CEO. What transformations have you seen over the past 10 years, and what are you most proud of?
Well, I've seen a lot of change in the last 10 years, and I've seen particularly a lot of growth and us being able to continue to meet an unmet need for our patients and families. What has changed the most, I would say, is the accessibility of our care and the number of sites that we offer to patients and families. Really transformational over the last decade. It's hard for me to believe, actually, that it's been a decade and now coming up on 5 years as the CEO. And what I'm most proud of is actually what has not changed. So we, despite the growth and serving more patients year over year and standing up new programs across the state and nowadays across the country, what I'm most proud of is that we have stayed very committed to our purpose and to helping kids with special healthcare needs reach their potential. We have not varied from that, actually, not just in the last 10 years, but in our 130-year history through epidemics and pandemics. That's what I'm most proud of. And it's our ability to ask what the patients need in a family-centered way and be able to translate what their needs, both individually and at the population level, translate that into strategy and access points across the state. Very proud. I can't believe, actually, that it's been a decade, but you know how we know they say, Lorraine, time flies, especially when you're having fun.
Exactly. Absolutely. Well, today, CSH is recognized as the nation's leading provider of inpatient and outpatient pediatric rehabilitation and specialized pediatric care, serving nearly 45,000 children every year. How has philanthropy and community support helped Children's Specialized Hospital grow to this level of excellence?
Well, if you look at the first part of that description, Lorraine, we do see ourselves as the nation's leading pediatric rehabilitation hospital. And what that really refers to is our clinical outcomes in the inpatient rehabilitation center. In other words, when children come to see us, their improvement outpaces the improvement of other places across the country. We're very proud of that. Philanthropy has a heavy impact on our outcomes because it allows us to deliver programs or people or technology that help bridge the gap from good to great, particularly in inpatient rehab. Very concrete example is if you ever walked into the hallways of our inpatient rehab, you would see a wonderful place called Rocco's Room, which is a nursery that would look like a nursery in our houses, where our patients and families can become educated around the needs that they will have when they go home. That is philanthropy impacting outcomes. Another major impact of philanthropy is in the number of patients we have served. You mentioned in the last decade that we've served thousands upon thousands of more children. Philanthropy is an accelerant to our ability to do that. So if you look across the state of New Jersey, new site in Monmouth, new sites in East Brunswick, in Union, in Toms River, and more to come, philanthropy is accelerating our ability to bring care closer to home. Without the generosity of donors, we could deliver a good service, but it would not be as great as what we're able to give to our patients and families without philanthropy. And it certainly would take a much longer period of time in order to deliver care that kids need, not down the road, but they need now. Because we know that intervening, particularly for children with developmental delay and special health care needs, earlier rather than later, leads to better outcomes. That's the pediatrician in me talking there.
Well, we talked about that 45,000 children that you do serve, and we understand that's only a fraction of the kids who could benefit from this type of specialized care. You talked about expanding access, clearly a priority. What does Children's Specialized Hospital need in order to reach more children and families?
Well, we need to continue to be able to provide care closer to home. We know that families will travel when they need to travel on occasion for highly specialized medical care, for example. But when it comes to being able to deliver therapeutic care or care that's going to occur frequently, we need to be able to get closer to home. So part of our next strategic cycle is doing just that, is trying to think about where in the state of New Jersey or where in the country are there significant care gaps or access deserts, and then be able to bring our services closer to home for our patients and families.
Last year at the Podathon, I had the opportunity to meet a lot of the children and young adults who were benefited from Children's Specialized Hospital, who really had miraculous outcomes. I met a young lady who had a stroke. They thought she would never walk again, that she would never be fully functional. But not only was she fully functional, but you'd never know that she'd had a stroke. And we'll also be hearing today from inspiring stories from patients like Nikos, Leah, Colby, and John Ryan. I know that you've seen so many success stories, but when you see a child achieve a milestone that was once deemed impossible, what does that mean to you personally?
I guess it means I chose the right path in life. Those kids, those beautiful children that you just mentioned, who I know all of them by name and by face, they personally give me a great motivation. The young lady who had the stroke that you mentioned and now is back to school, and you'd never know it. That gives me a personal motivation. But as the CEO of the organization, it lifts me up and motivates not just me, but my whole senior leadership team and the 1,700 people that work at Children's Specialists. When we see our patients and families succeed, it really lights a fire under us and motivates us to want to bring that success to the next child. I mentioned access several times. So the way I think about that very concretely is, had we not reached those 4 children that you just mentioned and that people will have the opportunity to meet during the Podathon, would their trajectory been improved, and would they have had the same outcomes? The answer to that is no. And that's why we're unrelenting in our pursuit of making sure that kids have access. 250,000 children in New Jersey, give or take, have a special health care need. some are served by wonderful other folks in the state who do similar work to us, but many of them are underserved. And that's what the next 3 years is about. It's about providing access to the services that we offer while expanding access to such services like behavioral health and autism services and so on.
Yeah. In your response to the last question, I saw that surge of emotion. It's clear that you are very moved by what you do and that this truly is your mission in life that you're able to fulfill, to be able to help these kids and to see these amazing, sometimes miraculous outcomes.
Yeah, it's quite a blessing for me, certainly. I mean, I chose to enter the field of pediatrics because children spoke to my heart, and that's what I'm here for, and that's what all the folks at Children's Specialized Hospital and our foundation are here for. I think in healthcare in particular, and exponentially so at Children's Specialized, we are motivated by what service and outcomes we can provide to children that oftentimes need a heck of a lot of extra help. And if that's not motivating, Lorraine, I don't know what is.
Yeah. And I have to also give a shout out to the innovations that Children's Specialized Hospital is constantly creating very personalized devices for children who need them. I mean, it's really fascinating to see the creativity and the innovation that's come out of the hospital.
That's a pride point for us for sure. Our folks that work at the hospital, the clinicians, our family faculty, they understand the unique needs and challenges of our patients on a totally different level than most people do. And at Children's Specialized, we have an innovation center that allows us the opportunity to provide different products and services that our patients may need in order to reach their full potential. So wonderful partnership with Billy Footwear being a good example of that innovation. We have a full department called Rehab Technology. So if you think of a child who has cerebral palsy, for example, that child may need a significant amount of physical equipment in order to go about living his or her best day. So we have a department that is expert in figuring out what pieces of technology that child may need. And then on the strategy side, Lorraine, we also have some great innovations. So around the topic of access, you may know, and people may feel this, the good people of the Delaware Valley may feel this. My hometown, Philadelphia, shout out to Philly. You may know if you try to get an appointment with a pediatric subspecialist that there is a shortage of pediatric subspecialists across the country. So Children's is doing some interesting things around innovation and around training programs and creating, in some ways, first of their kind in the country training programs that train physicians and nurse practitioners so that they can have the ability to take care of children with developmental delay and such diagnoses as musculoskeletal disease and cerebral palsy. And all of that is aimed toward enhancing access, but it's quite innovative at CSH.
Well, certainly in speaking to you and so many individuals that I've met who are part of Children's Specialized Hospital and the foundation, you really see the passion that they bring to the job. And today is I Love CHS Day. So tell us what you love most about Children's Specialized Hospital and the people that make it so special.
I love the most the excitement that our 1,700 plus folks feel when our patients and families hit a milestone or get a win. It's hard to describe, but it's palpable when I get to see it every day within the walls of CSH. And I think that's my favorite as a as a bedside clinician, I got excited when I could do one thing for one patient and make an impact. But my favorite part about CSH is when our team of people, foundation, clinicians, frontline, behind the scenes, get excited about really making an impact on kids that need, frankly, some extra help.
Well, today is about raising funds needed to help CSH continue changing lives and reaching more kids. In your own words, why does every dollar donated matter so much to these kids and families?
Every dollar raised through the Podathon, for one, goes straight to the kids and straight to the hospital. So any contribution that generous folks are willing to make, you know that the dollar is going to be in good custody and go directly to programs and places that will help kids reach their full potential. And as I said earlier, those donations really accelerate our ability to make an impact right now, this year, not things that are hyperbolic or in the future.
Well, I want to thank you so much for taking the time. I know you have a very busy schedule. Dr. Matt McDonald, President and CEO of Children's Specialized Hospital. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the incredible work being done every day at Children's Specialized Hospital. Today, you all can help make a difference in the life of a child and a family in need. Every donation supports specialized care, therapy, innovation, and hope for children facing extraordinary challenges. Our goal today is to raise $50,000 for Children's Specialized Hospital Foundation. Together, we can help even more children achieve milestones once thought impossible. Thank you, Dr. McDonald, for joining us.
Thank you, Lorraine. An honor and a pleasure.